writing on the wall. It's for reason, not for malice, that we watch them fall. The amazing atheist. The amazing atheist. Have you seen it? The stupidity of the ones around you. Can you feel it? The need to rise up from the pit of destitute. The amazing atheist. The amazing atheist. Forging unity, the time is coming to annihilate the ignorant, peddling scum, breathing anger, exhale wisdom, suffocate the indifference. No more complacency. The amazing atheist. The amazing atheist.
Hey, fucking pieces of degenerate, stupid shit. How you doing? Oh, yeah. How's everybody doing today? I don't actually care. I'm just asking. Just asking because that's a thing that people say, right? I don't give a fuck how any of you stupid pieces of shit are doing. I'm feeling abusive today. It's an audience abusing kind of day. Fuck all of you pieces of fucking no good, no account, no intelligence shit. All right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be mean. I should be a nice TJ today. I need to be a nice person, you know? I need to remember that I got to keep my emotions in check, man. Well, I am doing good, TJ, because it's my birthday and you can't abuse me. Well, happy birthday to you, Emily Elizabeth. Happy birthday. Fine and dandy with sweet old candy. Who the fuck are you? Why do you have a wrench in my chat? I hate when, like, I have a mod that I forget exists, and then I'm like, who are you again? Whatever. Be nice until we do something stupid. Yeah, fair enough. There's some money. It's a $20 monies. Time for the atheist community to rise up like we did in the mid aughts. Yeah, I mean, me and Paul were actually talking about that last night on Onion Nuggets. How We left the battle arena, pretty confident that we'd done a good job. Like, all right, well, we took care, we defeated religion. That's done. But we didn't. They're still out there making the same dumb arguments they've always made. So here we go again. Round 6,922 of the atheism versus theism debate. Atheism is kind of cringe. I mean, I agree with you that atheism is kind of cringe because it's cringe that we even still have to talk about this. It's cringe that I have to, as an adult, tell other adults that fairy tales aren't true. It is cringe that I have to waste my time and breath on that shit, but unfortunately necessary. Roman 18 gave $5 and says, a day without your presence is a day without water, Lord TJ. Well, there's always A&W zero sugar root beer with no caffeine, right? So amen. I love that you're going back to your roots. I don't have roots. I legit had debate against the watchmaker argument a few days ago. I mean, yeah, like it's because that's all they. It's like one of the few that they even have. They got the watchmaker argument, and then 12,000 variations of that. They have the Pascal's wager, which isn't even really an argument so much as it's just like a scare tactic. And then they have, I don't know exactly what the argument is called, but the whole like first cause argument, every painting had a painter, which really is kind of still even just kind of another variation of the watchmaker thing. But it's like there had to be a first cause, and that first cause was God. Why? Who built the watch, TJ? Probably a watchmaker. Your opinion on the streamer Destiny? I have no opinion to speak of on the streamer Destiny. Cosmological? Yeah. I don't think that's the cosmological argument. I forget what the cosmological argument is. I need to brush back up. I thought I was done with that shit. But yeah, they keep resurging, so I guess I can't, I gotta go brush back up on Atheism 101. Check out Zeal and Ardor, Death to the Holy. That sounds cool. Thank you for the $2. Dastardly Bastard II gave $5, says, why don't you pay Scotty, CJ? Just pay Scotty. You lost, CJ. Render unto Kaiser Scotty. Bullshit. Carlos Sagan. Pascal's wager, watchmaker, prime mover arguments are irrelevant. Yeah, but they still, I mean, I know they're irrelevant, and you know they're irrelevant, but you know who doesn't know they're irrelevant? Christians everywhere. Danny Smith gave $10, says, I come here because I'm sick of other leftists clinging to their naive anti-violence stance like it's a virtue. Do they think we defeated fascists in World War II by telling them that they're mean on Twitter? I mean, unfortunately, well, I shouldn't even say unfortunately, but I should say, just neutrally, it's very hard to be a pro-violence leftist. It's very easy, by the way, to be a pro-violence rightist. That seems to be something that's not censored at all, strangely enough. But to be a pro-violence leftist is extraordinarily censored. Seems like the right wing can go around and say anything they want to. And, we'll see tonight in some of the clips that I've selected just how far they'll go with the violence in their rhetoric. But for some reason, what's good for the goose doesn't seem to be good for the gander in this case. Uninspired gave 49, says, what do you think of ranch with pizza? Ranch is the most overrated substance on the face of the earth. People who like ranch seem to think that ranch goes with literally everything. And I'm here to tell you that it doesn't. I'm here to tell you that for everything that you think ranch goes on, For every 20 things you think ranch goes on, there's one thing that it actually goes on. That's what I'm going to say. But pizza, in my opinion, is not one of them. I really don't understand the appeal of ranch on pizza, personally. To me, it's a superfluous topping. There's tons of other things I'd rather have on my pizza. The ranch is very low on the list. Lol, TJ is anti-violence since he's a coward. Most of his audience are the same. Imagine thinking left-wing call to violence is censored despite it's everywhere. Wow, people are dense as fuck. It's not everywhere. Calls to violence on the left are basically nowhere because the second that they're made, they're deplatformed like wild. Whereas right-wing calls for violence seem to always be protected as free speech. It's an amazing, it's a strange and amazing wonder of the world. Right-wingers like, we should kill every last piece of shit in the Middle East, and all these trannies is a bunch of groomers, and we ought to be arresting them. We ought to be rounding them up. And it's like, okay, that's insane. Anyone want to do something about this? Well, that's freedom of speech. Well, okay, in that case, I think we should round all these right-wingers up. Oh, censored. Like, okay, wait a minute. How does this work? What are we allowed to say? Seems like one side is is expected to win with both hands tied behind their back. That's cool. Love it. Grindcore Ninja just gave $2. Didn't say shit. Just gave money. So here's money. I have nothing to say. What I want to say, I say with money. Well, free speech means exactly that. That's what a nothing statement. I mean, that just like total. I mean, yeah, it's just like, yeah, free speech means free speech. Okay, which means what? Free speech. Well, what does it mean? Free speech. Okay. Well, then we don't have it then. I don't know what to tell you. No one has it then. And I mean, no one supports it. No one actually supports. No, there is no such thing as a free speech absolutist. And if there is, they're fucking a lunatic that should be locked up. It's just not a real thing. Because a true free speech absolutist would have no limitations on speech, no matter what. Would consider everything speech. I want to blow up the universe but it's for speech. I'm making a statement. There's always going to be some line people are going to draw somewhere. Far left ideologies have more deaths and bloodshed to their name than Nazis. 100 million people died under communist regimes. How come you never talk about the deaths under capitalism then? Not only that, most of the regimes that you consider far left really aren't. A lot of them are just crony capitalist states or authoritarian nightmares where, when I think of like a far left ideology, I think power would have to reside in the hands of the people and not in the hands of a dictator like a Stalin figure. So, I don't really consider those far left. Not that I'm allowed to kick people out of the left or whatever. Scream It, yeah, gave $20, says Bolas de Popo, which I don't know what that means. Hopefully it's nothing too fucking dark and horrible. But if it is, I didn't say it, so whatever. If there's stipulations, then it's not free speech. Right. So there's no such thing as free speech because there's always stipulations. Even the most ardent free speech supporter, there's stipulations. Someone's going to be like, okay, so am I allowed to do direct death threats against people? Well, no. Okay, well, that's a limitation. And if the answer is yes, then it's like, okay, well, then you're a nut. So I don't know. Maybe there's some free speech absolutists somewhere out there in the world, but if there are, they're totally nutso. Consequences are irrelevant. Consequences are literally the only thing that is relevant, if there is such a thing, which there's not really, but whatever. I don't want to go too far down the subjectivity hole. Stipulation, situation. Carlos Sagan gave 99. Subscribe to Patreon for a year. Love you, King TJ. Love you too, Carlos. You're a god among pieces of shit. You're a perfect little angel. That's what you are. You're a magical little glittery winged angel, and I adore you. Thanks so much, Carlos. Chelsea thanks you as well. Stibulation. I miss the good old days where you could make violent threats to people and no one made a big deal about it. Lol. I mean, say what you want, but those days were real. Like, I don't know if the insinuation of your comment, I don't know if you're being serious or if you're trying to insinuate that was never a time, but there's definitely times. I think if two people have a disagreement about what can and can't be said, they have to fight to the death, and whoever wins gets to decide. Ah, yes. Trial by combat. God will choose the winner. What about free speech absolutism when it comes to art? Well, what if I want to paint with the blood of my enemies? I mean, anything can be art. As a profound artistic statement, I am going to, murder 172 people in a particular fashion, but I'm making an artistic point with it. I don't know. I mean, things that, if you think that what I'm saying is ridiculous because, well, that falls under a different purview or whatever. Remember that certain things that are normally illegal have been protected under free speech before. Like, it's illegal in most places for a woman to bare her breasts, but it's actually like constitutionally protected for her to do so to protest the fact that she can't. So, certain actions that would normally be illegal have in certain circumstances been interpreted as acceptable under freedom of speech. So if you're really going to robustly say absolute freedom of speech, then any action should be acceptable as long as you're doing it to make a statement of some kind. So I don't think anyone believes that. That'd be insane. Like, you would be opening the door for any horror and atrocity under the sun. And maybe that, I don't know. Maybe that's what you want. Maybe you like that. Long form art videos gave me $2 and says, I love your content. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Yeah, and also, yeah, it's ridiculous that women aren't allowed to walk around topless in public, by the way. Or, I mean, in my opinion, it's ridiculous that people aren't allowed to just be naked if they want. But, I don't think society's quite ready. But topless women, I think we should probably be. I think we're at the point in our social evolution where we should be able to handle that. Should be is the key word. Should. Freedom for me, but not for thy. Game over. Negative. Yeah. The Roaring '20s was a response to the Spanish flu following another pandemic. This decade will also be a doozy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. History does repeat itself, but I don't know if it's as one for one as that. Like, we're just going to go through an entirely new 20s and then a new Great Depression and then a new World War II, and I guess it'll be World War III by then. I don't know. I don't think it all just fucking, yeah, it all repeats. It's all cyclical. Just does the same exact thing over and over again. This guy is still here. Yeah. Fucking piece of shit. Can you believe him? Can you believe the audacity of him to still be here? Still be fucking doing his stuff despite you not watching or whatever the hell. Piece of shit, man. What a jerk. The stage is set. The stage is always set for something. So the question is not whether or not the stage is set. The question is for what? TJ causes me Great Depression. Oh, man. Sorry about that, buddy. Our schools will be desegregated all over again. Damn it. just when we got the segregation back. Reptile0009 gave $4.99. It says, under your system, how would people get luxury items such as video games? Seems difficult to justify making them when there's no money to be made/spend. And then Tucker White gave $5 and says, if we get a revival of Art Deco, then it's all worth it. Yeah, Art Deco is kind of cool. As for, I mean, I don't think video games are a luxury item. I think it's like an entertainment medium. And people are always going to want entertainment. I mean, one thing that's pretty universal is that no matter what, economic system people have toiled under, there's always been some form of entertainment, like that doesn't seem to be contingent on, can I make a buck off of it? But, I don't think that there's any reason to think that you'd see less video games in any sort of world that was ruled by me. I think maybe you might see less of the, what are they called, AAA kind of titles. Just like I think you'd see less, gigantic, bloated budget Hollywood blockbuster style movies. I think you'd see a lot more of the kind of stuff you see coming out of like the indie developments. Because I think that, there's a lot of artists out there that want to have their visions seen and heard, a lot of entertainers that want to have their visions seen and heard. So, you want to try to make sure that there's a pretty good representation of that out there, and not just, hey, here's the same corporate swill that you've experienced over and over and over again. Here's the here's the latest fucking version of Madden, where very little is different except for the names of the players, because there's like a new crop or whatever, and now maybe like a rule or two has changed, and the graphics are 0.3% better than last year. And it's the same thing with a lot of these titles. They just they rush them out, little tiny improvements over time, and it's like, is it really necessary to put all this time and resources into making the same essentially the same game over and over and over again with just little fucking minute differences? No, probably not. I would view that as a waste of time. Just because but like under capitalism, it's like, well, people are willing to buy it, so it's justified. And, I think letting the market dictate that kind of stuff seems silly to me. I think you're better off devoting that money to, giving a lot of artists a chance to let their, game vision be seen. And, will a lot of shitty games get made? Yeah. But there'll be a lot of fucking masterpieces made that wouldn't have been made otherwise as well. Indie film is where it's at. There's too much derivative movies / content currently. I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's become absurd. It's become to the point where there's almost nothing being put out that's even remotely original. Now, I understand that to some extent there's nothing new under the sun, and, you can't expect there to... You can't expect something to be totally free of derivation, but this climate we live in, where you just see the same franchises just get entry after entry after entry after entry after entry after entry after entry, and there's not. I mean, it's just like comic book movie, and remake, sequel, reboot. It's just like, aren't we sick of this yet? Like, can't we see something new, something original, something like Cocaine Bear? Tony Crown, what's your favorite character from the Preacher comic book series? Probably Hairstar, the villain. I don't know if you pronounce the H or not, but yeah, he's pretty cool. I mean, he's a total psycho, but, I always like the villains. They're always more fun than the heroes. Although that does have a pretty cool hero too. Flanus, the flayed anus. Love it. My king, I was wondering how your kingly workout is going. I have got my gym mostly installed. I haven't really started using it much yet. I've been meaning to sit down and try to like establish sort of like a schedule for myself, but you know, there's been things going on with like just like trying to figure out like our shooting schedule for like Deep Fat Fried and stuff for the new year. And once that's hammered out, then I'll be able to figure out like my own schedule a little bit better. And I'll be able to figure out like how to plan out my weeks and figure out like what time I need to wake up in the mornings and what times I need to devote to what activities and so on and so forth. And, you know, I'm going to keep a good amount of time unstructured. But my basic goal, I think, is going to be to try to work out for like at least 20 minutes a day. But as of now, I haven't really been doing it. So something that needs to be addressed. But, you know, it's hard because I have a very distractible sort of nature, probably owing to my ADHD and other things like that. So I'm trying to defeat it with some structure, but structure is hard. TJ, would you call yourself prejudiced against Christians? I don't know. Maybe in a technical sense. When are you going to reboot the Bricks trilogy? Yeah, Bricks reboot. I don't know. We'll see. Capitalism is exactly what makes Marvel movies. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the main driving force behind the production of almost everything in our society at this point. You know, and you know, the people turn on to see these movies over and over and over again. I don't know when our populace became so, you know, weary of novelty that we retreated into the safe space of familiarity and nostalgia, but I'm done with it. I want to burn it the fuck down. I'm sick of it. How long did it take to grow that beard out? I don't remember. You can go back and like look at my videos and see the progress over time if you really want to figure it out, but I don't remember. I think maybe 2.5, 3 years, something like that. I could be under or overestimating. I'm not sure. Capitalism is what makes Marvel movies is one of the best arguments against capitalism I've ever heard. Mr. Naughty Priest gave $50 very generously, as always, and just said, hi, TJ. Well, hi, Mr. Naughty Priest. Hope you're doing well. Devin Rakansky gave $1.99, says, what makes Cocaine Bear seem good to you? Well, I've explained it before, but I'll explain it again. First of all, it's not a sequel. It's not a reboot. It's not a remake. I've never seen a movie called Cocaine Bear. I've never seen a movie with the premise of Cocaine Bear. I've seen movies about cocaine, and I've seen movies about bears, but I've never seen a movie about a bear on cocaine. And, you know, I feel like that's at least something I've not seen before. And that to me is worth more than almost anything. And also, Cocaine Bear is just inherently the sort of premise that I like in media, because it's like something that's like simple and baseline and just like salacious, and you know, it really doesn't have to be brilliant to pull off the premise, you know. It's not reaching for the stars. It's just trying to be an entertaining movie about a bear that does cocaine and then kills a bunch of people. And, you know, if that's done halfway decently, it's going to be a fun movie to watch. Just like this new film that's out right now, Violent Night, where, you know, you have Santa Claus as an action hero in sort of a Die-Hard predicament. And I have not seen that yet, but I'm hearing good things, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to like it. But that's another example of a concept that maybe that one's a little bit more done than Cocaine Bear, but it's still at least not a reboot, remake, rehash, whatever the fuck. I was kind of disappointed with the trailer of Cocaine Bear. I thought the bear should have did cocaine and had a night out on the town. Well, I mean, a lot of times with these kind of movies, horror is the most marketable genre for them to go into. I'm sure the bear is going to have a great time, but part of having a great time if you're a bear is, ripping people apart. Love it, TJ. I have severe ADHD, weights or cardio. Mostly going to do weights. Love you, man. I can't believe Dave Chappelle did what he did with Elon. What was he thinking? I've been reluctant to talk about the Elon Musk thing with Dave Chappelle simply because it's so awkward and so depressing. It's depressing to see Dave Chappelle brought to that place. I've seen people kind of compare, like, hey, remember George Carlin's rant about the owners of this country and how they're all in a big club that we're never going to be in, and how they own everything and they own all the important land and they own the media and they've got the judges in their pockets and all these things. And now, we've regressed from a brilliant, incendiary and acerbic commentary like George Carlin's to Dave Chappelle, a guy that probably had the potential to be a George Carlin-esque figure, instead simping for the billionaire class, carrying water for him, defending him, and basically attacking his own audience to defend Elon Musk. Like, pretty fucking revolting. I was able to kind of overlook some of the Chappelle stuff for a while. Like, some of the less than stellar commentary on like gender ideology and shit. I was like, you know what? Everyone's got some weird takes, right? Everyone's got some bad takes, but simping up to billionaires and the fact that like I don't know what it is with some of these people. I don't know what it is with like the Dave Chappelles and like J.K. Rowlings of the world, where they can't just like say like, this is my opinion on trans ideology, whatever the fuck, and then move on with their lives. For some reason, anybody who fucking starts down that path of like hating trans people or denying their identities or whatever, they always end up just like devoting themselves to that. It becomes like their mission in life. And I don't really get why. But Dave Chappelle went down that weird path, and now he's sucking the dick of the billionaire class. He's cozying up to Elon Musk and, filleting that dude on stage in front of a national audience. And it's just like, you know what, Dave, you're done. I don't think I could. You could tell me the funniest joke in the world, and I think I'd sit there with a straight face at this point, because I just don't give a fuck about you. I almost wish you just died years ago at this point. Well, no, TJ, they are only reacting to what they see or what they think they see. I don't know what you're trying to answer to me there, but cool. Dave is boomer as fuck now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I remember, like Dave Chappelle, at one point, one of the greatest comedians of all time. I would have put him up there in like the top 10 greatest comedians of all time. At this point, he wouldn't even be in the running. Like, it's just like, he's destroyed anything he ever created. And, honestly, a lot of those stand-up specials, even the ones that were even the ones where he wasn't quite totally gone, like he started doing these stand-up comedy specials that just like flat out had no jokes in them. And you just be sitting there watching this guy talk, and it's like, okay, I get it. It's a guy talking, but like, is this supposed to be stand-up comedy, or because it kind of just feels like I'm being lectured right now, which, maybe I don't have room to talk. I don't know. But man, like the Chappelle show back in the day, that shit was hilarious. I'll never get over like the things like the Clayton Bigsby thing or Rick James, bitch, Rick James, bitch, or his impression of white people, like him doing like the white face and being the reporter and shit, and the wife swap segment he did, and the crackhead bit he did. Oh my god, I saw his Game of Thrones parody on SNL. Are you guys gonna do a 2022 recap? I don't know. I saw his Game of Thrones parody on SNL, and man, it was just depressing. I mean, it was like he just trotted out every character that he'd ever done for Chappelle's show and threw it into Game of Thrones, and you would have thought that maybe like accidentally at least something would be funny, but nothing was fucking funny. It was just like the most miserably unfunny sketch you've ever seen in your life, and it's like, this guy used to be the master of sketch comedy. How has he gone this far off the rails? Like, it's just crazy to me that Dave Chappelle, he went down this path of, you know, first it was the anti-trans stuff, then it was the lecture tour, then it was simping to rich guys and just plain not being fucking funny. Oh, and I remember I omitted the part where he went and gave that speech because he didn't want low income housing built in some area that he was living in because he didn't want it to hurt his precious property values and shit. And it's just like, this guy sucks. This guy is trash. Fuck Dave Chappelle. What a fucking dipshit. It's like, ugh. It was funnier in 2016 when he used those Chappelle show characters for the Walking Dead parody. Yeah, I mean, maybe that was funny. Because back in 2016, he still had some gas in the tank, but I don't know. It seems like he's over at this point. I hate it. Today is the 11th anniversary of Christopher Hitchens' death. I wonder if he would have turned into one of these anti-woke people. I mean, we'll never really know what Christopher Hitchens would have done, because even in his lifetime, Christopher Hitchens was not a predictable sort of figure. He could have gone either way on any of this stuff. I don't even think it's okay to speculate on where Christopher Hitchens would be on anything. I don't know if he was the chosen one and all that, but it's still sad. I mean, I don't believe in the concept of the chosen one, but what I'll tell you is that the guy had enormous potential, and for a while was living up to it, and at this point has just gone off the rails on not even a crazy train, but more like a lazy train. I mean, it's just sad to see. Hitch's waterboarding video, yeah, that was pretty funny. George Carlin was so fucking woke. I mean, by today's standards, George Carlin would definitely be called woke. George Carlin would be hard to classify, I think, even to this day. I don't even know what George Carlin would do in reaction to the times we live in now, because he would be in a position where he would be getting canceled by the left and being called woke by the right. He would have no allies, in the mainstream social media discourse, but there would still be tons of people showing up to his comedy shows and laughing their asses off. So I guess he'd be fine. Going off the rails on a Quaalude train. So let's talk about Elon Musk for a second here, since we kind of broached the subject. Anyway, Elon Musk, just last month, really. So about a month and a few days ago, Elon Musk let us know, my commitment to free speech extends even to not banning the account following my plane, even though that is a direct personal safety risk. That's right. Elon Musk's commitment to free speech so powerful, so strong, that even the account that tells you where his plane is and where it's going to be, even that account he allows to stay on his platform. Amazing. What a brave and bold commitment to freedom of speech, you guys. Well, I think we already know how the punchline of this shit, right? Yeah, the account's gone. Not just a month and a week later, the account is fucking gone. And by the way, this idea that this account represented some sort of threat to Elon Musk's safety, total goddamn nonsense. Like, Elon Musk announces where he's going to be all the time. There's plenty. If you want to do something to Elon Musk, there's plenty of fucking announced places that he is going to be. You know, so the idea that just being like, you're gonna, that his, like, the whereabouts of his plane is gonna be useful to you as like some sort of nefarious person out there to do him harm. I mean, I guess that it would be a decent resource, but like not necessary. Would love to see a combo with you and Dusty. He's been busting his ass, exposing the right, and was mass reported by conservatives off YouTube. He's on Facebook. Well, that sucks. Elon Musk doesn't want anybody to track his Pony Express flights. Yeah. So, I mean, like, this is crazy to me because Elon Musk basically made it like he set the standard. So you can't even argue, if you're an Elon Musk fanboy, you cannot argue that he set the standard, that part of freedom of speech extended to him not banning this account that he just banned. So does this mean he's abandoned freedom of speech? I mean, of course, the reality is that he never fucking stood for freedom of speech in the first place. The reality is that, this claim to be some sort of free speech warrior or free speech absolutist or whatever he claimed to be was always completely bogus. And I know it better than most because my account remains banned from Twitter. In fact, I have repeatedly tried to get the ban rescinded on both of my accounts. I have sent in numerous sort of challenges and appeals to the ban, including after Elon Musk took charge, including after Elon Musk ran a poll on his Twitter page that said that he would, allow back these accounts that have been banned in the past. And Twitter has continued to reject me for hate speech because I said the word gringo, which is ridiculous because I'm white, and therefore there's no way I'm using the word gringo hatefully towards white people. I am a white person. And, I guess it's possible to be racist against white people and be white, but I wasn't using it in that way whatsoever. So, why am I still banned? And the reason why is because when he banned my first account, he didn't ban my first account. My first account got banned under the previous owners of Twitter, but it was banned after something like, I don't know, 10 plus years of being on that platform. My secondary account, the account that I had set up just shortly before I was banned, I had started as an account to track, like, I wanted to have an account where I could update people on, like, my health progress as I was working on, my health at the time. So I created that account, TJ Does Health. And once my Amazing Atheist account was banned, I started using the TJ Does Health account just as my normal account. So the health stuff went out the window, and it just became, my usual shit posting kind of Twitter stuff. And that account, under Elon Musk, got strike after strike after strike, and every time it was for the same reason. Every single time that account got a strike, it was because I insulted Elon Musk. And when the account was banned from the platform, it was because I insulted Elon Musk. So Elon Musk has a pretty well-established pattern at this point of censoring his every detractor and using Twitter as his own personal little safe space, hug box, where, you know, no one is allowed to criticize him. And that's why this account that tracks Elon's movements is gone, despite Elon making a big to-do about how great he was for not censoring that account. Well, apparently he's not great because he did end up censoring that account, just like he ended up censoring my account, and just like he won't allow my Amazing Atheist account back on the platform, despite the fact that he said he was going to do forgiveness. So, you know, basically, Elon Musk not only is not a free speech absolutist, not only is he not pro free speech, I would say that Elon Musk absolutely reviles the very concept of free speech, and ultimately has no business owning a social media platform like Twitter. It is way more regressive under his leadership. And basically, he has allowed right-wing accounts to run roughshod over the platform, saying whatever they want, engaging in stochastic terrorism left and right. And the left is not allowed to have any sort of rebuttal. Leftist accounts have been suppressed. Leftist accounts have been censored. I know because my leftist account was censored, and so was this one. So... I mean, I don't even know if this is a leftist account. It's just an anti-Elon account. But I'm pretty sure their politics are to the left of Elon's at the very least. So, yeah, this is all bullshit. The idea that Twitter is now a free speech platform is nonsense. And honestly, and maybe I'm only saying this because I'm banned from it, but I think anyone who's still there should probably just leave. I think it's time to just, abandon ship. It's time to if they want another little right-wing hug box, let them have that. Because before too long, it's going to be such a cesspit that every advertiser is going to abandon ship. And it seems like this concept of we're going to charge people for check marks has not really manifested anything worth a fuck. And, you know, Elon Musk continues to show his ass in the form of taking sides in a political debate, whereas you would want a platform like Twitter to maintain sort of an air of impartiality. And, you know, the right wing used to bitch all the time that Twitter was against them, but Twitter was never against them. Right wing accounts flourished on Twitter. And obviously they continue to flourish on Twitter. But you know, they love their persecution complex, so they had to sit there and lie to our faces and tell us about, oh, how horribly persecuted they all were. And now that there's demonstrable censorship and demonstrable side taking going on the platform, every right winger is basically just like, cry more, lib cuck. Too bad. Don't like it now that the shoe's on the other foot. It's like the shoe was never on your foot, bitch. Like, shut up. You're so full of fucking shit. The shoe was never on that foot. So the shoe's not on the other foot now. The shoe's just on a foot it's never been on. And you know, like, I don't know. It's a pretty fucking ridiculous and absurd state of affairs. Tucker White 94 gave $5, says, I'd love to read it, but I'd love to leave it, but I am a sports writer and Twitter generates the most clicks for my stories, so I have a reason to want Twitter to not suck. Yeah, but it does now. Like, you have no control over the fact that Elon Musk is running this motherfucking platform into the ground. So get off it. Go build your following somewhere else. That's all I can tell you. But hey, TJ is wrong. The Twitter files prove it. The Twitter files don't prove shit. What do the Twitter files prove? The Twitter files prove that the Biden campaign wanted Twitter to remove revenge porn of his son's cock from the platform, which is flat out against the rules of Twitter. And the Twitter files prove that a president was kicked off the platform for attempting an insurrection, and he should have been kicked off well before that because he violated the rules against inciting violence on the regular. So honestly, like Trump was removed well after he actually should have been. If the rules actually were applied to Trump, he would have been banned way the fuck before he was. And revenge porn, hate to tell you, has always been against the rules of Twitter. And as far as I've heard from the Twitter files releases, that's everything. It's like, oh, they banned Trump. Well, hate to tell you, but they should have. And they censored Hunter Biden's dick. And as much as I think Hunter Biden has an impressive and handsome dick, if he didn't want it on that platform, that's revenge porn, and it doesn't belong there. It proves more than that. The government was constantly demanding right-wing tweets and accounts be censored. Then show me evidence of that, because every time I've looked into this Twitter files shit, I haven't seen jack shit about any of that. Okay, so TJ is not for social media rigging elections. I'm not for anybody rigging elections. But, you know, if you don't think that you're being manipulated by the media, like, I mean, like, the funny thing is that you're complaining about Twitter politically manipulating things, but the release of these Twitter files is social media politically manipulating you. So it's like, all right, are you against this? You for this? Like, come on. Everybody is trying to manipulate each other in politics in the first place. But the idea that the old Twitter was somehow especially a manipulative place, and the new Twitter is like, wow, so free of that. Pretty absurd notion, demonstrably incorrect. This idiot obviously never read the Twitter files because none of that happened. The only thing that was removed was revenge porn. Yeah, I know. I mean, there was a Twitter file about revenge porn, and there was a Twitter file about the removal of President Trump and some of the internal comments that went on to that. I don't remember reading a single thing in the Twitter file. I haven't heard anything about, if there's a Twitter file out there that's like, the government now demands mass censorship of right-wing Twitter accounts. If that exists, then show me that, and I will be like, oh, okay, well, that's wrong. But you don't have that because that fucking doesn't exist. What about the weekly FBI meetings? What about them? Twitter is, I don't know if you know this, but Twitter is a massive hub of illegal activity. People sell drugs on Twitter. People trade illegal pornography on Twitter. A lot of crime happens on Twitter. So the FBI being interested in Twitter as a space is not all that strange. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. TJ sure loves his persecution complex. Wow. What persecution complex is that? Like, once again, literally, Elon Musk sucking his own dick about how his commitment to free speech extends even to not banning this account that he just banned a month later. How is that a persecution complex? Elon Musk, this guy right here, said that he was going to do mass forgiveness of all accounts that had been banned from Twitter unless they were engaging in spam or illegal activity. My account did not engage in spam or illegal activity, and yet it has not been restored, and I've appealed it, and they've refused to restore it or to reinstate it because of hate speech, even though what I said was not hate speech, even though any human being looking at the context of what I said would tell you that it's absolutely absurd to ban me for it, because I was literally responding to someone else who was engaging in hate speech. And I engaged in no hate speech myself. So it's not a matter of a persecution complex. It's just a matter of me telling you what happened and what is being done and how things are unfolding on the platform of Twitter at this point. The only way to save the Bird app is to federalize it. The only way to save the Bird app is to admit that it was always a festering ball of shit and is just worse now, and like kill it for the lulz. Because like the funniest thing that could ever happen to Twitter and to Elon Musk is for him to spend $44 billion on something that totally fucking flops on its ass. Wait, TJ actually reads these? Yeah, I mean, I've literally responded to him all throughout the show tonight. Carlos Sagan 199 reinstate TJ Kirk. Thank you. I appreciate you. I wouldn't even come back if they did reinstate me at this point. I'm done with the platform. It's a fucking joke. Speaking of jokes, another Elon Musk story. Elon Musk sells another huge chunk of Tesla shares. So Tesla CEO Elon Musk has sold about 22 million more shares of his electric vehicle business, which were worth about $3.6 billion, according to financial filings out Wednesday night. The transaction took place between Monday and Wednesday this week, according to the filings of with the Securities and Exchange Commission. So the Tesla CEO, Elon Musk, has sold 22 million more shares of his electric vehicle business, which were worth about $3.6 billion, blah, blah, blah. We already read it's just a reiteration of that. The transaction took place between Monday and Wednesday. Earlier this year, Musk told his millions of followers on social media that he had no further TSLA sales planned after April 28th. According to financial research from Verity Data, Musk has sold 94,202,321 shares so far this year at an average price of $243.46 per share for pre-tax proceeds of approximately $22.93 billion. Director of, by the way, this company, Tesla, I think has lost, at last time I checked, like 44% of its share price this year. Now, the market overall is down pretty dramatically and stuff, so that's not saying too much. But, the fact that the CEO of the company just keeps selling the stock doesn't really exactly install confidence in the company. And if I was a shareholder in Tesla of any like substance, I'd be pretty pissed that Elon Musk keeps doing this, because it sends the signal to all, to all the shareholders that, hey, it's not, these stocks aren't valuable. You're better off selling these than holding on to them, even at this lower price. Like, for the company to go down 44% and for this guy who is the CEO to continue to unload shares even at that lower price sends the signal to everybody that there's no confidence in this company long term from the person who supposedly, at least, knows it better than anybody. Now, of course, Elon Musk, had to sell a bunch of shares just to be able to afford to close his Twitter deal, a deal that he tried everything in his power to back out of. So I don't know if I don't really know what the fuck Elon Musk is doing at this point. His behavior is like increasingly weird and erratic, just like the behavior of Kanye West, who up until now they were friends, but now they've had a falling out. One of Tesla's top shareholders wants Musk outed as CEO of Tesla. Well, wouldn't you? If you were a top shareholder of Tesla and the guy most famously associated with your company kept unloading shares and sending the signal to everybody that, like, you better sell, you better get out of this motherfucker, wouldn't you want that guy ousted too? Like, that's just smart business at that point. Like, he's a detriment. Like, his erratic behavior and constant muckraking on social media and constant need to let his partisan politics be known, like, none of that is good for your company. None of that is good for your brand. At this point, Elon Musk is fucking toxic to the Tesla brand, and he should probably just be gotten the fuck rid of. Please don't dead name Yee. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't mean to do that, you know. Kanye just said Hitler and Einstein should hug and be friends. You should understand that, TJ, you just burned a Quran. That's true. I did burn the Quran. I also burned the Bible. And I also burned The God Delusion by Richard Dawkins. Like, what the fuck, TJ? You make me big sad. Sorry, Baron. My bad, buddy. Musk was forced by the SEC to step down as CEO of Tesla for constantly misleading investors. And yet he's still the CEO of Tesla, right? If orbit gets 25% more cluttered, we'll be landlocked and unable to launch rockets or shuttles into space. Well, that's until we get the patented SpaceX space dozer up there to clear out all that wreckage. We're going to get a big old bulldozer in space and just bulldoze all that shit away. It's going to be great. We're going to watch this in a minute. But first, we're going to talk to the chat some more because we love the chat, don't we, fellas? We love our chat. But yeah, Elon Musk is a fucking moron. That's the summation there. TJ, please do 10,000 Howard Bloom push-ups to repent. No. I'm not doing it. The Tesla shareholder in question was Leon Coogan. I don't know if that's pronounced right. Rum is the best liquor. That's all right. I guess as far as liquors go. I mean, they all get you drunk, right? The fuck we gonna do in space? I don't know. Fight aliens? I know you're a fan of Preacher. What other comics do you like? I like the comic Transmetropolitan a lot. I liked the trying to think of what the name of it was. The My Friend Dahmer graphic novel. I liked a lot of the early Frank Miller stuff. Time for an anarchist social media site. You know, I tried to join up some startup social media site. I can't remember what the name of the fucking thing was. But you know, they never did approve. They never did approve. You had to like get approval to join or whatever. I never got approval, so I'm just like, all right, whatever, fuck you, I guess. So I don't know. I don't even know. I honestly don't really miss being engaged in that at this point. For a while, there was a little Twitter-shaped hole in my heart where I was like, oh man, what am I going to do now that I can't spend all my time doom scrolling on Twitter? And, you know, it turns out I'm going to do things that are way better than that. So if I were an alien, I'd be scared of humanity. There is a song that kind of has a premise like that. It's by the band Power Man 5000. It's called This Is How to Be a Human. And it's like one of their later songs. They only really ever had one hit, which is that song, Worlds. This Is What It's Like When Worlds Collide, I think is the title. But they did have a pretty cool sort of song. Actually, a lot of their songs are really good. I actually like them a lot better than Rob Zombie. I mentioned that because the lead singer is Rob Zombie's brother. Twitter was and is fucking cancer anyways. Yeah, but I kind of like cancerous, toxic places. So, you know, I always kind of like Twitter for that reason. But then I realized, like, you know, I can be toxic and cancerous on my own. I don't need Twitter's help. So, and I mean, honestly, I feel like I've devoted more time to, you know, working on YouTube, which is really way more important, you know, to my career than fucking Twitter is anyway. Have you ever seen Power Man 5000 in concert? No, but I'd actually would like to. That would be pretty cool. I feel like I want to delve deeper into their work, but Bill Burr versus David Cross. Bill Burr is funnier. David Cross is smarter. I don't know how that pans out in the long run. I mean, Bill Burr is... David Cross is a really funny guy, too. But I feel like David Cross's stand-up specials are not really super appreciated. And honestly, if you watch a David Cross stand-up special, it kind of takes him a while to get going. He's kind of a slow starter, which I think, Bill Burr, meanwhile, is like pretty much funny the instant he's on stage. Whereas David Cross, you it takes a little time to get on that David Cross wavelength. But one of the funniest things I saw, in my... I don't know how long ago it was. I think it might have been 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. David Cross did a stand-up special on Netflix that pretty much left no impression whatsoever on anybody, except for me, I guess. I think it was actually called Make America Great Again or something along those lines. And he did this bit about the Founding Fathers that, to me, was probably the funniest goddamn stand-up comedy bit that I've seen in the last, 10 years or something like that. TJ, it's for you to give Truth Social, sure, yeah. Bill Hicks versus George Carlin. I mean, that's like the classic death match, right? Shut Up, You Fucking Baby was so good. Yeah, I mean, that was like definitely the golden age of David Cross stand-up. I mean, there's some great bits in there. I remember the Light Up Atlanta bit pretty well. I remember some of the commentaries about growing up Jewish in the Deep South, and just like some of the impressions he did of like his friends' parents and stuff. Do y'all's people eat oatmeal? I just don't know nothing about y'all's people, It's like, oh, man. TJ, why don't you like Richard Dawkins? Why Burn book? I actually did, at the time at least, like Richard Dawkins' book. I think I would probably still like it. I'm not a huge Richard Dawkins nut, but I did like his book, The God Delusion. And but I burned it to prove a point about how it, burning a book... Because at the time, there was like a lot of to-do about this guy. There was some preacher that was going to burn the Quran, and like the Muslim world was incensed about it. And I made a video where I'll just show the fucking video, man. We'll just fucking watch the damn video. It was called Burning Everyone's Quran. Not very long, so here you go. Oh, my king, I saw Nope the other day. I thought the creature was quite unique. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I mean, the creature effects were definitely one of the better things about that book, or that movie. Sorry, I was looking at books when I said that. We don't even have to watch the whole video. We'll just watch the part where I do what I do. Here, check it out. Boom.
Big deal about burning the Quran anyway. I mean, it's the faith, values, and morals of an entire culture of people, but it can be destroyed by what is this, a 61-cent lighter? I don't know. Of course, the values found in this book can't really be destroyed just by burning it. It's just a book. It's paper and ink. This book is a symbol, and when it's on fire, it's a symbol of my disagreement with the values, morals, and customs of Islam. But I don't agree with Terry Jones and his congregation either. I think that this book is just as bad and just as in need of tasting the flames of redemption, if I could get this cheap lighter to work. Well, the Quran is better written than the Bible, but the Bible sure does burn better. However, I'd like to give us atheists a sporting chance as well. The God Delusion by Richard Dawkins. Is God protecting this book, or do they just use superior quality paper? Burning a book that you disagree with is a lot better than burning a person that you disagree with. When did burning a symbol become something so taboo in America? People have always burned the symbols of things that they disagreed with. Whether they burn the king in effigy, they burn the American flag, or now they want to burn the Koran. Maybe it's stupid. I am sure that Terry Jones and his flock are redneck idiots, the kind of people that you would not want to associate with in 1,000 years. But that doesn't mean that they don't have the right to protest.
That's not Pageboy TJ.
This is America. Of course they have the right, and we should all stand behind their right to do so, just as we stood behind the rights of Matt Stone and Trey Parker to do so back when they were doing the very same thing, but with much less shock and awe.
And then later that would be dated poorly, because later Matt Stone and Trey Parker would have a lot of trouble depicting the Prophet Muhammad again after, you know, it became more controversial. Only 69 cents for a lighter. Man, inflation sucks. It was a very small lighter. It wasn't a full-size lighter. This is nostalgic. I need a therapist. JFC. Yeah, maybe you do. So yeah, there you go. That was me burning the Bible, the Quran, and the God Delusion by Richard Dawkins. I also burnt Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns after he did his like ridiculous fucking racist comic where he basically had like Batman being like, we need to kill all these Muslims. It wasn't really Batman because like obviously DC was like, fuck no, you can't do that with our character. But he just went off and created like a pseudo Batman that was just blatantly supposed to be Batman. He's like, yeah, we need to stop these damn Muslims. And so after he did that, I burned his books because I had some of his shit in my collection. I was like, fuck this guy. And people were like, no, you shouldn't burn your own books. It's like, I'll do whatever the fuck I want with my books. If I want to burn a book, I'll burn it. Fuck you. You don't get to tell me what to do. You rock, TJ. Thank you for continuing to not suck. You're welcome. And Carlos Sagan says nostalgic as fuck. Yeah, it was Holy Terror. So I burned. I think I burned a copy of Sin City, or I burned one of the Dark Knight Returns books or something to protest his Holy Terror book. Because even though I do have like a lot of disagreements with Islam and really all religion, you know, I still think it's fucked up to portray this idea of like this group of people needs to be killed or whatever, and to sell that in stores and to put that forth as an artistic statement. Like, whatever, fuck you. You're trash at that point. Pungle Palm gave $10, says TJ, you are the best guy. If that's true, then I don't know, man. Maybe I am, but if I am, then the world needs to do better, which it does anyway. Frank Miller became a right-wing nut job because of 9/11. Same with Dennis Miller. I guess every Miller. Yeah, that's true, because I remember watching, I used to, as a kid, I know it's kind of a weird thing for a kid to watch maybe, but I used to watch Dennis Miller's show on HBO. It was like Dennis Miller Live or whatever the fuck. And I used to watch that shit all the time. You know, after 9/11, he became this right-wing nut job, and it's just like, fuck, man. Why do so many of the people that you like love and respect go down this fucking nightmare path in life, you know? And it's just like, it's very disconcerting. It's very disappointing. And it's always kind of seems to follow a similar pattern, you know? Someone you fucking have some kind of respect for, and then they, you know, some weird catalyst happens that just like turns them into a fucking piece of shit. And feel it with the, you know, like I used to love those fucking Harry Potter books, man. You know, I know nowadays everyone wants to act like they were always terrible or something. And, you know, maybe they're not masterpieces, but like clearly they captured the popular imagination and left a fucking huge impact. I mean, to the point where there's, you know, entire theme park lands devoted to it and all this stuff. And, you know, I remember reading those books and feeling like, wow, you know, there's like a really like strong like wit and charm to these stories and the way they're written and sort of the attitude of them. And it kind of reminded me of like Roald Dahl or something, who also I guess was a piece of shit, but whatever. But it felt like there was like an attitude to it that felt kind of like cool and sort of like, I don't know. It's like it's like a little bit naughty, not like sexually, but just kind of like, it's a little bit less empathetic than like what your usual stuff is, but it still has empathy. It's not like totally in the callous direction, but it's like a little bit less sympathetic than like most of the stuff that was being written for kids at that time. But like in a fun kind of tongue-in-cheeky sort of way. And you know, the characters were really interesting and inviting and shit. And, you know, like, and then there was this story about J.K. Rowling herself. And, you know, people loved that story about like this woman who's like living in poverty, but she's like working her ass off, writing these books and, you know, trying to, you know, be a mom and trying to, you know, put food on the table, but also trying to pursue this literary dream. And then she achieves this extraordinary success and becomes this fabulously wealthy person. And, you know, it's very like, even though she's not American, it's very American dream. And we love those kind of stories. So like the story of Harry Potter had a powerful cultural resonance to the point now where if there is a story like The Queen's Gambit, for instance, where a character has like a shitty life, but then they realize they have this amazing talent, I always call it the "you're a wizard, Harry" moment. You know, like the moment when she realizes, you know, that she can play chess very well. It's like, you're a wizard, Harry, because that's kind of the indelible, like that's the moment in my mind of like, yes, things are going to change for you now. And really, J.K. Rowling had that moment in her life. Like, you're a wizard, Harry. You're actually this really talented author who's going to put out these books and they're going to capture the popular imaginations of the culture and shit. But now it's just like, when I think about J.K. Rowling, it's just like, bitter, transphobic fucking hag that aligns herself with the radical right and, you know, calls herself a feminist, but didn't even care when Roe v. Wade was repealed because she's too busy fucking squawking about trans women. You know, and then, you know, you got Dave Chappelle down the similar bullshit path and Frank Miller down the fucking path of jingoistic, you know, anti-Muslim bullshit. It really just seems to be bigotry that brings these people down. Like, really, it's like, it's the dark side. If you're gonna fucking use like Star Wars logic, which, you know, you probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna do it anyway. The path to the dark side is pretty much the path of bigotry. Once you've decided that some other group of people are a bunch of subhuman monsters that need to be stopped, you know, it's probably gonna lead you to ruin. At least maybe not financial ruin. It probably might even lead you to great financial success, but it's probably going to lead you to the ruination of your soul. Obviously not your immortal soul, but you know what I mean, like your character. There is definitely a nightmare path with media, but I love Harry Potter. I love you, TJ. I don't know. I don't really love Harry Potter at this point, but I still have like sort of like a nostalgic reverence for it for sure. TJ, do you think maybe having the left having an issue with not being willing to call out our own cringe creates an easy ramp for people to fall into right-wing grifter propaganda? I don't know. Like, I feel like the left calls each other out too much, if anything. So I don't really know what you're talking about on that one. Switching between your stream and watching gay prawn. I see. Sorry, YouTube forced me to edit that on another tab. My loyalties are conflicted. Well, I mean, you could always just watch the gay porn while listening to me, right? I mean, that seems reasonable, right? That's doable, isn't it? Deep-seated bigotry that otherwise liberal and apolitical people secretly hold on to but are scared to openly express until their brain breaks. Right. Maybe that is it. Maybe it's just the idea of like this like deep-seated hatreds that people don't express. And then one day the floodgates open and you're like, holy shit, where did this come from? I got in trouble in my lit class in middle school because I was reading HP and didn't care for the boring lecture. Whoever asked that question is stupid as hell. That's so mean. You guys need to get along. You guys need to love each other, right? Anyway. Speaking of fucking small-minded, bigoted pieces of shit, let's watch this guy. Boop. I know that Michael Knowles is a really boring fuck, and I can't believe I'm going to address him 2 weeks in a row, but last time, I feel like the clip that we got out of him wasn't quite good enough to be released on its own, so this time around, I'm hoping that what I do with him is going to be good enough to be released as its own clip. We'll see. So this is a Michael Knowles video called "This Will Not Stop Until We Throw These People in Prison." Immediately, I was like, what people are we talking about here? And of course, it's exactly who you think. It's, you know, drag queens and transgender people and stuff like that. So this is just, you know, one of these examples of the right wing being allowed to peddle violent rhetoric against their political opponents, but of course, no one can do the same to them.
There's a video just went around of a guy at a New York City all-ages drag show, not wearing any pants, wearing a thong, wearing stiletto heels, jiggling around, teaching a little girl, and then even a little girl who, I don't know, I'd place her age, let's say around 7 or 8, I can't really tell from the picture, and in front of kids who are much younger even than that.
Wow, yeah. Crazy shit. Pretty wild. Let's see. Of course, you got the Libs of TikTok logo on there.
I have mercifully blurred out this man's nauseating derriere.
I went and looked at the man's derriere. It wasn't all that nauseating. It's pretty nice.
But he's and it's not even as though the guy jiggling around half naked on stage.
Oh, yeah, man, that's pretty crazy. I mean, it's pretty hard to defend something like that, to be honest with you. I mean, like, say what you want about these MAGA people. It's not like they would have like a bunch of like thong-clad women in front of their kids. Oh wait, oops. What's this? What's this? What's this? These people belong in fucking jail, you guys. Look at this sick display. Look at these kids. I would estimate this child here is only 5 seconds old. Just born, and already the MAGA degenerates are putting fishnet-clad booties in her poor little face, breaking her mind, you guys. Oh my God. What's going on here? They're grooming our kids, folks. Look at these poor kids being groomed because they're in the presence of a woman's butt. And what is this on this sign? Profanity? Fuck Biden? Fuck Biden? Is that really appropriate language for these little ones to be hearing? Like, give me a fucking break. If you had no double standards, you have no standards at all, huh? Suck a big old fucking dick, Michael Knowles. No, you'd enjoy it too much. Never mind.
Doesn't know that the little kids are watching. He's doing it for the kids. They're in the front row. And he's looking at the girl who's dancing around with him and teaching her how to twerk. And so now we're all going to be outraged.
Oh my God, dancing! They're dancing! Ah! What is this? We're living in fucking Footloose now? Can't fucking dance no more? I mean, clearly, you guys don't give a fuck about butts being exposed. Thong-clad butts. Totally fine. Family-friendly event. Fuck Biden. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. I mean, if you need more examples, how about this? I mean, we are like an inch away from that girl's pussy right now. This is a fucking Dallas Cowboys cheerleader doing a routine in front of a giant crowd. throngs of thousands of fucking people, including a bunch of little ass goddamn kids, wearing way the fuck less than that drag queen was a second ago, and we are inches away from seeing her goddamn cunny right there. Boom. That's a cunt. That's a fucking cunt right there. It's all, you could reach out and grab that motherfucking thing. Grab him by the pussy like Donald goddamn Trump. It's right there. I can see, like, the outer folds of it poking out of the fucking panties, man. But that's okay. And this is okay. Hooters has a kids menu. Remember the Hooters kids menu? Right there. Right there, folks. Right there for your fucking enjoyment. This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. But this, oh my God, it's a national tragedy. Holy shit, oh my God, it's a national fucking tragedy. And you know what? So it doesn't boil, they act like what they're fucking scandalized by is that there's like some sort of sexual display going on in front of these damn kids. But clearly that's not it. Because if they had an objection to that, then this wouldn't be okay, and this wouldn't be okay, and this wouldn't be okay. And to be fair, some right-wingers hate all that shit across the goddamn spectrum, okay? Across the fucking spectrum. But this fucking guy right here, he's upset because it's a man dressed as a woman. That's it. He's upset. He's upset because it's a man dressed up in woman's clothing. It's a man dressed up like a woman. That's what a drag queen is. Not even a trans person, not even a person who identifies as a woman, but a person who probably identifies as a man, but just likes to play dress up. And the fact that that is being displayed in society in a way that, you know, is acceptable to him or is not acceptable to him. The fact that that's being put on display and people are not like revolted and shocked. The fact that like these people aren't scandalized by this. The fact that these people think that this is just as acceptable as this. That makes him mad. And, you know, it's not like it just makes him mad. It makes him go to the level of, like, this person needs to go to jail. These people need to be put in prison. That's the premise of this video. This will not stop until we throw these people in prison. But why? What's the reasoning?
Look, I'm guilty of it too. We all do it. We look at this bizarre behavior.
Yeah, what's all this lotion on your desk, by the way? Why you got all this lotion over here while you're talking about this, huh?
Say, that's bizarre. That's weird. Sort of. Is it?
Not to mention, what about this dance is sexual? I mean, I think just the fact that the outfit is skimpy, you know, which, like, I guess if you're putting on a show that's, like, explicitly supposed to be an all-ages show, you might want to be a little bit more cognizant of that. But, like, honestly, being more cognizant than this, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're right fucking there. You're right fucking there.
Really bizarre in today's day and age? No, it happens all the time. We cover it on the show 3 times a week. It happens all the time. We can be repulsed by this. We can be nauseated by this. We should not be shocked by this. We should not be surprised. This is what has been happening for years. And this has been a phenomenon accelerating in the culture for decades. And it is not going to stop until we make it stop. This is not going to stop until we...
But like, explain why it needs to stop. Explain why that, of all things, is what desperately needs stopping. You know? Like, how come this fucking panty hamster right here? How come the panty hamster of this Dallas Cowboys cheerleader can be put on fucking like display, but you know, and that's family friendly fun. That's good Christian fun and entertainment accepted by thousands of people in a fucking arena. But a fucking drag queen dancing with some butt hanging out is like, oh my God, it's a national tragedy. We have to do something about this right now. Have fun equals go to prison. Typical right wing. Yeah.
Force laws that are already on the books against this kind of stuff, public indecency laws, obscenity laws. And it's not going to stop until we throw these people in prison. Yeah, we can publicize it. We can talk. All I've got right here is a microphone and a camera, so we can talk about it. We can expose it. A lot of people aren't totally aware that this is happening, and they don't even, when they hear about it, they don't even believe, wait, this guy's doing what in front of kids? What? No, there's no way. I can't believe it. And then you see it. So it helps you realize the problem is real.
And, you know, this girl right here, look at her. She's got a fucking beaver out. She's putting her honey pot on display for all the little ones out there in America. When is it going to stop, people? When are we going to put this woman away? When are we going to lock this woman in chains and put her in a dungeon and spank her? Man, like, could it be more transparent, you guys? Could it be more fucking transparent?
But it's not going to stop just because we shine a light on it. It will only stop when we throw these people in prison. Okay? And a lot of conservatives, they say, well, I don't want to do that. That's the big government. That's the naughty, evil big government. I've been told that we can never use the government to do anything because that would.
Yeah, man, you know, but sometimes you got to use that government. Like, for instance, when you got these fucking meat curtains hanging out on display, you know, when you got this fur burger on the menu, you can't have that. Not with them little whippersnappers running around. You got to do something. You got to put a stop to it. You got to put this fucking woman in jail. I mean, just look at this. Look at the vulgarity, you guys. I mean, look at the indecency. Just like stare into the fucking abyss of this moral degradation that is happening right here. I mean, what is this? Is this bearded clam appropriate for your goddamn children? Is that what you want? A country where this snatch, this twat, this mossy cleft. I've never heard that one before. That fucking shit is right in your children's eyeballs. And that's considered acceptable family entertainment. Put a burqa on this woman.
That would make us no different from the liberals. You see, if I arrest child predators who prance around half naked in front of 5-year-olds, that
child predators, eh? I mean, I missed the part. Like, it's crazy how brazen child predators have gotten, you know? Because it seems like there's like a bunch of adults there right now that have brought their own kids here and have like decided like, yes, this is appropriate for my kids, in the same way that plenty of people have decided that this is appropriate for their kids, and this is appropriate for their kids, and this is appropriate for their kids. It seems like a bunch of adults decided, hey, this is fine for my kids. I don't care. You know, it seems like that's not really predation at that point. That's just people making a decision about what kind of content their kids are allowed to consume. And maybe you should back the fuck off. I don't know.
Voluntarily stop doing all the terrible things. No, they won't. They obviously won't. So what are we going to... We're doing what we can do. Okay, we are exposing this stuff, showing you what a problem it is. And then the people listening to this show, and the great grassroots activists around the country.
I mean, the thing is, it's crazy to me because, like, I think back to my childhood, right? I think back to my childhood growing up in Louisiana and going to Mardi Gras parades, and even the quote-unquote family-friendly Mardi Gras parades still had a lot of sexuality in them. You know, so I saw very skimpily clad women. Occasionally, I would see a woman expose her tits. You know, I mean, even in those family-friendly parades, there is still a little bit of that atmosphere of like, you know, show me your tits and I'll throw you something. And you know, even if there's not that, there's a lot of women that are very scantily clad, both on the floats and off of them. And there's a lot of like girls marching bands and shit that wear very little fucking clothing, including like high schoolers, which is kind of weird, but that's a fucking thing. And that's okay. That's family friendly. That's acceptable. There's no talk of like, you brought your kids to a Mardi Gras parade. Well, that woman with her butt hanging out on the float, doing, dancing on top of the float, she's now a child predator. Because we've decided that anybody who is a performer who's not wearing sufficient clothing that happens to be performing somewhere where there's kids is now automatically a predator. Like, there's no consistency to the logic of these fucking people. And it really just boils down to, we don't like drag queens and we don't like trans people. So quit acting like this has anything to do with what is or isn't appropriate for kids, or quit acting like it has anything to do with any sort of predation, because it doesn't. The only thing it's tethered to, the only thing that it really gives a shit about one way or the other, the only thing that they care about is just fucking flaunting their bigotry and finding reasons to justify it. And this is the easiest path towards justifying it in their eyes. And so they're gonna seize upon it, even though it makes no sense and has no logical consistency whatsoever.
You are all doing what you can do. You are showing up to school boards, you're showing up to your local government, you're writing your congressman, you're yelling at them, you're sometimes throwing the bums out. The Republicans have to do their job, enforce the law in the cases where laws have been repealed, put new laws on the books.
What fucking law is on the books that would prevent this from happening? There's no law. Because any law that prevented that would also prevent this and this and this once again. So there's no fucking law. Shut up.
Throw these people in prison. Wield your power. Pull an Elon. Sell all the liberals' toys. Okay.
You're now being thrown in prison for dancing. How do you plead? We're just kidding. There's no pleas anymore. You just go to jail.
Get rid of all the liberals' toys. The drag queens and the stilettos and the weird luggage and the Sam Brinton accessories, and get rid of it. Make an example. Assert some freaking strength and fortitude and political dominance on the occasions you get it. Or, when this continues to happen, you'll have no one to blame but yourself.
Okay. I'm fine with that, I guess.
Politicians. What are we getting? I have the proof of this. Joe Biden just signed this bill into law to abolish marriage. And
oh, yeah? He did, huh? Wow, that's crazy. I didn't hear about that. You'd think someone would have covered that. The marriage abolition law, you guys. Marriage is now illegal. I don't know if you guys heard about that. You figure it would have been, somewhat more prominently featured on the news, but apparently not.
The law, it's called the, what are they calling it? The Respect for Marriage Act. But all it really does is define marriage out of existence.
Wow, yeah, it's crazy, man. I'm reminded of the lyrics to a song. I can't remember the name of the guy that sang it, but it was called Defenders of Marriage. And the chorus is like, we're defenders of marriage. Defending the institution against people who want to get married. It's like, that doesn't make sense, bro. You can't, he's basically saying, like, now that if gay people can get married, then marriage is meaningless. Which is a pretty shitty thing to say, especially if this dude is married. Like, is he really going to go home to his wife and be like, our marriage now means nothing? They're letting the fudge packers do it, so it's just over for us, baby. These are the same people who complain that women have smaller breasts and look real in media because that's too woke. I mean, to be fair, I complain when women have too small of breasts in media too. But at least I'm not a hypocrite.
And Joe Biden, to celebrate this wonderful event, has invited a drag queen to the White House. Drag queen Marty G. Cummings is attending the Respect for Marriage Act at the White House. And he says, to be a non-binary drag artist invited to the White House is something I never imagined would happen. Yeah, you and me both, brother. Grateful doesn't begin to express the emotions that I feel. So,
I can't believe you're so incensed that that person got a fucking White House invite. Like, it's like, oh my God, Joe Biden respects this drag queen as if they're a real person or something. It sickens me to the core of my being.
the political order encourages this stuff. That's why it happens. And the only way that you're going to get rid of it is to create political conditions in which this sort of thing is unpleasant. There have always been transvestites, there have always been eunuchs, there have always been people who are sexually depraved and confused. Their behavior for most of our history has been relegated to back alleys, to the shadows, to the fringes, which is where this sort of thing belongs. If, because it is a fallen world, we are never going to get rid of perverts' desire to take off half their clothing and jiggle their derriere in front of 5-year-olds. You're actually
Boop, 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 boop. Interesting how there doesn't seem to be as much of a kerfuffle about this one. I wonder why. Does anyone know where I can watch Michael Knowles' video against this whatever's going on here? Can where's the Michael Knowles video about how these women should be arrested? Can someone direct me to that URL, please? I mean, it seems to me like they're showing just as much ass, and these kids are flipping the bird too, so they're, you know, that's even more rude, I guess. You see two big asses there. I'm just wondering, like, where's his video about these people? Where are we going to see that? When is that coming out? Did that already come out? Can someone give me the URL for that? Can someone give me the URL for that video? Because I don't think I have that one.
You're not going to just get rid of that. So what can you do about it? The only thing you can do is relegate that to the shadows, create the political conditions in which that sort of thing is considered very, very shameful and not elevated to the status of a White House presidential signing. The rest of the show continues now. You do not want to miss it if you're not a member.
The rest of the show sucks balls, just like this 5-minute clip sucks balls. You are a horrible motherfucking piece of shit. I hate you so much. Goodbye. Wow, that was fun, huh? That was a good one, huh? TJ breaking. Elon is currently on a banning spree of his critics on Twitter. You may want to cover it. Really? Let's see what's going on. I guess he wouldn't allow it to trend, eh? Where can I look at it? Where is it covered? Oh, let's see. Elon Musk. Latest, maybe? Do. Oh, okay. Twitter abruptly suspends a string of journalists. What have we got here? No, I don't want to pay for the Washington Post. Sorry. Hold on. I got to get past this Washington Post paywall really quick. Defenders of marriage. So we're going to consider this a reprise of the Elon Musk segment here. Twitter abruptly suspends more than a half dozen journalists. Let's go ahead and see what the fuck is going on with this. Samantha Sledge says, when I was in high school, the whole powder puff football where the players dressed as cheerleaders, everyone loves it. Drag shows are different. How? Because that was before the right wing decided to make political hay out of it. You got to understand that. You know, it's a different time back before they decided that it was evil. So apparently, remember when that guy like fucking like an hour ago or so was like saying that I had a persecution complex because I said that Elon Musk's Twitter was super anti-free speech. Well, apparently, like while I've been sitting here talking to you fucking guys, Elon Musk decided to go on a fucking gigantic Twitter ban spree, thus proving once and for all that he is not pro-free speech and is actually a fucking censorious psychopath. Twitter suspended the accounts of more than a half a dozen journalists from CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other outlets Thursday evening. Many of the suspended accounts had recently written about a dispute between the platform's owner, Elon Musk, and another Twitter user who had tracked the billionaire's private jet travels. The suspensions Thursday evening came without warning or explanation from Twitter. They include Washington Post technology reporter Drew Harwell, who discovered he was unable to log into his account or tweet at around 7:30 p.m. Thursday. Aaron Rupar, a Substack writer with nearly 800,000 followers on Twitter, had his account suspended minutes earlier, according to a screenshot taken by others. New York Times technology reporter Ryan Mack also appears to have been suspended around the same time. He had published an article on Wednesday about Twitter suspending accounts that use public data to track the location of Musk's private plane. CNN reporter Donnie O'Sullivan had just posted a tweet about Musk's claim that a crazy stalker had chased his young son in New York, in Los Angeles this week. It was suspended. Matt Binder, a Mashable reporter, was tweeting about O'Sullivan's suspension when his account went dark. Independent journalist Tony Webster's account was also suspended as of Thursday evening. So were the accounts of Keith Olbermann, a former MSNBC host, and Intercept reporter Mika Lee. So Elon Musk, who once said that his commitment to free speech extends to not banning the account following my plane, even though that is a direct personal safety risk, is now not only has he banned that account, but he is now banning every account that even mentions that happened. So, yeah, once again, Elon Musk using Twitter as his own personal little hug box. Elon Musk thinks he is the king of Twitter and that he can just do as he wishes with the platform. And I guess that he's right. But, then say that, though. If Elon Musk had sold us his takeover of Twitter as like, now I will control things, then that'd be one thing. But this guy literally took power by saying, I am a free speech absolutist, and I love freedom of speech, and I love freedom of speech so much that I won't even censor the people who oppose a direct risk to me. That is my commitment to free speech. And now it's just like mass bannings of everyone who criticizes him, mass bannings of anyone who doesn't love and worship and adore Elon Musk, mass bannings of anyone who dares to report on Elon Musk's hypocrisy, who dares to say that Elon Musk might be a lying piece of fucking shit. Of course he would. Billionaires infiltrate media spaces to influence dialogue. Well, of course. But, the idea that he's so bad at this, though. Because if I was going to take over Twitter and pretend I was some sort of free speech absolutist, I would at least make a good show of it. I wouldn't just ban all of my critics in some and I certainly wouldn't fucking make a tweet like this about how I'm so committed that I won't even ban this guy and then ban this guy and then ban everyone who talks about me banning that guy and then ban everyone who talks about me banning the guys that got banned for doing that. I mean, how is this guy pro-free speech? How is this guy even remotely pro-free speech? He's not. I mean, remember when he got booed off the stage at that Chappelle show thing? He went right to Twitter and licked his wounds by saying, well, only 10% of the crowd booed. If you watch that video, it's very clear that way more than 10% of the crowd is booing his fucking rich ass. Aren't left-wingers also hypocrites on this issue? For example, drag shows are fine, but sexy outfits in video games are unacceptable. You know, I don't think that most left-wingers... I mean, look, when it comes to that, most left-wingers were supportive of things like Nicki Minaj and her dressing fucking very provocatively, but they were against it being done in video games. And I always pointed out the hypocrisy there, but I don't think you can just say like that's leftists. That was a particular variant of pop feminism that was introduced by Anita Sarkeesian, and because you had a bunch of chuds that were fucking like really dogpiling on her. And, you know, I criticize her too, but I think my criticisms, I don't know, go back and watch my videos and judge for yourself, but I think my criticisms of her were pretty fucking fair. But because she got dogpiled by some fucking chuddy motherfuckers, a bunch of fucking people felt like they had to reflexively defend everything she said, even when it was fucking stupid. And I think that her weird puritanical approach towards sexuality being portrayed in video games is not something I support. In fact, I think that she's way the fuck off base on it. And so I don't maybe there's hypocrisy for some people on that one, but for me, there's no hypocrisy because I support big titties in video games. I support big butts in video games. I support big-butted waitresses with their titties hanging out. I support big-butted cheerleaders with their titties hanging out. I support fucking drag queens with their asses hanging out. I don't care. I'm all in on butts and tits and dicks and all that, okay? Like, no one can say I'm a fucking hypocrite on this motherfucking shit. Please use this to buy a small amount of drugs. I will. Thank you. Thank you so kindly. Thank you, N8 dog. I support big titties in watercolor paintings. Me too. Don't we all? A whole lot of words to address a fucking fallacy, but it's your show. What's the problem here? What I do? What I done? What I done did. What I done now. What I done. What I did. Bum, 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 bum. Please use this to buy a small amount of drugs. TJ sounds like Mitch Hedberg talking about dicks and tits and dicks. Yeah. Do it. I support big titties in anime. Amen, motherfucker. When's the last time a prominent left-winger complained about sexy women in video games? I don't know. Anita Sarkeesian, I guess. I assume she's left-wing. I don't even really know. Like, do we even know for a fact that Anita Sarkeesian is left-wing? I mean, she probably is. But still. I hate those games because they're boring AAA crap, but if you have a problem with the way the main character looks, you've never seen a woman in real life. Which one? Alloy. I don't know. I don't know enough about video games to know what the fuck you're talking about. We are the innovators. They are the imitators. Amen. She's a liberal. Yeah, so just a lib. Anita Sarkeesian is just a garden variety lib. Bum 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 da 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 da. Alloy looks like potato. Who the fuck is Alloy? Okay. Tell me who fucking... I guess I'll look it up. I'm just going to look it up. It'd be way easier to look it up than to fucking figure out from you guys. Oh, okay, that chick. Yeah, I remember there was like a lot of fucking weird fanboy shit going on where they're like, I don't like it. She's ugly because she looks like a real person. We used to like when things were more realistic. But nowadays, I guess we don't. TJ, what's the music in the beginning of the stream with the alien? It's called Cyberpunk Synthwave something. I can't read the full title. Hold on. Saturna. It's called Saturna, I think. Yeah, I think it's called Saturna. You can find it on YouTube. It's royalty free shit. So there you go. Oh, yeah, fuck that. Yeah, we're going to hear about Trump's new NFT collection. Well, actually, we'll do that in a minute. I need a fucking break before I do that shit. Be right back. Quick, everybody jerk off while he's away. Bullshit. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's bad. It's against Jesus. God damn it. My girlfriend got banged by 3 guys. It was hot. Dope. You didn't miss it at all? Miss what all? I can grow 4 number of weed for $200. Did you make those finger gloves from regular gloves or did you buy them? I bought these or something. I don't remember how I got these actually. I've had them forever. I don't know. I really don't remember their origins. To be honest, now everyone is sexualized in media, so we finally achieved true equality. Good.
Hello, everyone. This is Donald Trump. Hopefully your favorite president of all time, better.
Amen. Yep. That means, for sure, dude. You are my favorite. I mean, better. Yeah.
Than Lincoln.
Better than Lincoln. I mean, fuck yeah. What did Lincoln do? Lincoln, oh yeah, I freed the slaves. Wow. Thanks, Lincoln. Could have had someone else do all my work for me, but now I got to do it all myself.
Better than Washington.
I mean, fuck yeah, better than Washington. They made up that whole story about how you fucking chopped down the cherry tree. And then, Father, I cannot tell a lie. What kind of fucking shitty president is that? Of course the president needs to tell a lie. And it didn't even chop down the tree, so the whole fucking story's a lie.
With an important announcement to make.
Yeah, guys. Get ready. Get ready for an announcement of epic fucking proportions. Get ready for an announcement that's going to shake the very foundations of your soul.
I'm doing my first official Donald J. Trump NFT collection right.
Woo! Donald Trump, NFT, Donald Trump, NFT, Donald Trump. Amen, you guys.
Right here and right now.
Dude, doesn't that just look like shitty AI art? Do you think Trump just stayed up all night fucking programming prompts for one of these AIs to just like, yeah, man, we're going to get it.
Now, they're called Trump digital trading cards. These
CollectTrumpCards.com. Dare I go to this web address? Dare I fucking venture? All right, we're trying to load it.
These cards feature some of the really incredible artwork pertaining to my life and my career. It's been very exciting.
Is this really happening, you guys? Firebrand gave $5. Says one of my favorite episodes of DFF was Trump versus George Washington. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
You can collect your Trump digital cards just like a baseball card or other collectibles. Here's one.
Yes. Amen. Amen, brother. CollectTrumpCards.com. The demand is so fucking powerful. The demand is so incredible that the fucking website will not load.
One of the best parts. Each card comes with an automatic chance to win amazing prizes like dinner with me. I don't know if that's an amazing prize, but it's what we have. Or golf.
Don't spend this until Christmas. All right.
With you and a group of your friends at one of my beautiful golf courses.
I mean, literally the way that YouTube does its payouts, I won't get that shit until long after Christmas.
And they are beautiful. I'm also doing Zoom calls, a one-on-one meeting.
Oh my God. Can you imagine a one-on-one meeting with Donald Trump, you guys? Can you imagine the prestige? Can you imagine the honor of sitting down for a one-on-one meeting with the greatest president in American history? Like, come on.
Autographing memorabilia and so much more. We're doing a lot. My official Trump digital trading cards are $99, which doesn't sound like very much for what you're getting. Buy one and you will join a very exclusive community. It's my community, and I think it's something you're going to like, and you're going to like it a lot. They also...
It's my community, and it's something you're going to like, and you're going to like it a lot. Here I am as Homelander, the hero of the show The Boys on Netflix. You know, he's a very smart man. very emotionally stable. And here I am portraying him. Here I am lasering the left. Here I am destroying their cities, burning them to the ground. It's a beautiful thing.
Make perfect gifts. So you can buy them with your credit card or crypto. All you need is an email address. Go to CollectTrumpCards.com and buy.
How is it a great gift? It's literally, you can't even, it's not even a physical thing. Like, you can't even hold it in your hands or anything.
Buy your Trump digital trading cards right now before they are all gone, and they will be gone. This is my first official Trump trading card NFT collection.
That is astonishing, Mr. President. Thank you so much for that. It's going to be so wonderful. I can't wait.
And you get a chance to meet me. Go to CollectTrumpCards.com right now. And remember, Christmas is coming, and this makes a great Christmas gift.
These literally look like they're just a bunch of AI generated shit. I don't even think they paid artists or anything. I'm pretty sure that they just like AI generated a bunch of Trump images, declared that they were NFTs, and have started selling them for $99 a pop. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. That is insane.
No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited.
Wow, Mega Trump. What a hero. What a fucking hero, man. What an all-American hero. Yeah, I mean, it's too bad that he's only putting this out now. I mean, you should have put this out a while ago so I could have got, this present for everybody, I was going to get everybody some Trump NFTs, but I was like, there are no Trump NFTs. But now there are, and it's like, shit. You think he'll buy Melania on a golf course too? Bury Melania on a golf course? Oh, I said buyer. Yeah, he should.
Happy.
Imagine getting one of these for Christmas. How would you even do it? Like, you can't even put it in a box. Like, you could just put in a box like a piece of paper that says, like, you now own a useless Trump NFT. Congratulations. And like, yeah, like, way to jump on that NFT bandwagon right when it's hot too, Yeah, amazing. Because they've never been hotter than they are right now. We're truly at the height of NFT mania. Lincoln and Washington doing the role. Like, yeah, I mean, I think Lincoln and Washington should come out with their own NFTs to fucking be like, we heard what Donald Trump said and we have released our own NFTs. All right. Are you allowed to print NFTs? No. You're not allowed to print an NFT. If you print an NFT, the FBI will come and shoot you in the fucking head. They'll just shoot you dead right on the spot. Assassinate you from the fucking rooftops.
Happy Monday, everybody. I'm just going to come right out and say it. I discriminate. I feel like I want to get that off.
Yeah, we're gonna watch this. Check this out. We're gonna watch good old Candace Owens here. It's gonna be good. We're gonna enjoy ourselves. 35 minutes. Strap in.
Happy Monday, everybody. I'm just going to come right out and say it. I discriminate. I feel like I want to get that off of my chest. I've been thinking about.
Yeah, finally. Finally, I want to get it off my chest, you guys. I'm a piece of shit. Yeah, I'm a bigoted, horrible nightmare person. I mean, I hate others without good cause, and I'm just a piece of fucking worm-ridden filth, and yeah. I'm an awful human being. I got no compassion in my soul. I'm just a horrible, empty vessel. I prey on the weak, and that's what I do. I ingratiate myself to the strong, and I prey on the weak, and that's worked out for me so far in life, and that's what I do. Yeah, thanks. And I'm just, it's good to finally just get that off my chest. Good to finally just throw that out there. Good to finally just let people know, hey, I suck. Hey, I'm garbage.
About it all weekend, and I want you guys to know that I discriminate. And my question of the day today is, do you
She ain't wrong at all here. Pretty sure she's going to be wrong at all here, but whatever.
discriminate? Let's talk about that. Plus, later on, we're going to be talking
Yeah. I don't know.
about the assisted suicide program. Yeah, that's getting interesting. There is a 65-year-old man in Canada who just applied to die because he's poor. And guess what? A doctor signed off on that. Yep. All that and more.
Well, maybe he shouldn't be so poor. I don't know, I mean, you guys love your cutthroat capitalist system, don't you? You love it when it's producing your wealth, when you can buy fucking gaudy ass Christmas trees and gold necklaces and laptops with it, and expensive camera setups and all that. But the moment that someone doesn't succeed at the capitalist system and they're just like, my life is like unremittent bullshit and agony, and I hate living here on this planet, and I don't have any of the things I need to live, and I'm just miserable. Then you're like, well, too fucking bad, because you don't have any control. You don't actually own yourself, right? You don't actually own your own being. You're not allowed to decide when and if to end your existence. That is the purview of people like me. I shall decide when you get to live and when you get to die.
More today coming up on Candace Owens.
Cool intro, Candace Owens.
I'm already feeling lighter now that I've gotten that
Yeah, I do hear Salvador.
off of my chest. Yes, I do discriminate. The left does this thing where they take words and they just make them sound bad.
I'm pretty sure the word discrimination sounds bad in general. Like, You know, the time period where the word discrimination took on its negative connotations was like the civil rights movement, right? You know, I mean, I'm just like imagining some like fucking fat, disgusting, schlubby 1950s diner owner. You know, some black people try to walk inside of his diner. He's like, whoa, now I discriminate. Good to get it off my chest, but y'all can't eat here. I discriminate. That's discrimination, right? That's exactly what was fought against in the civil rights movement. And now to see a black woman be the mouthpiece of like, yeah, discrimination's good, actually. Pretty fucking repugnant.
Or they make them sound good. They're very good at linguistics, right? So
Not really. I mean, almost everything that comes out of the left in terms of like a linguistic, I don't know, artifact or whatever the fuck. That's really clumsy. I mean, hey, see, I can't even fucking talk. So there you go. We're not good at linguistics. But hey, like, defund the police. You know, people hear that and like they're thinking, oh my God, they want there to be like no law enforcement and people just total anarchy in the streets. The colloquial definition of anarchy. And it's like, no, that's not what we're saying. You know, everything is like, everything that we fucking come up with seems like we have to fucking explain it. Like, oh man, no, that's not, you know, you're taking it too literally. It's like, why can't we fucking say what we mean? It's almost like but like the idea that like discrimination is one of these terms where it's like, oh, this has been wildly misrepresented. This has been wildly misrepresented, you guys. Like, let's say there was an army of, you know, chainsaw wielding maniacs that's trying to murder your family. Well, would you discriminate against them? Of course you would. That would be rational. So therefore, discrimination is good. It's like, it's going to be some shit like that. I guarantee it's going to be some shit like that, right? That's the logic we're going to use here. It would be good to discriminate against some fucking hypothetical, like, horde of monsters that just wants nothing more than to do you harm. Therefore, discrimination is good.
Bad thing that they make sound good is like abortion. They call it Planned Parenthood.
No, they still call it abortion. Planned Parenthood is just the name of a service provider.
Oh, that's lovely. No, but actually they're killing a bunch of infants in the womb. So that's
that does sound lovely. Good point.
That's actually not a good thing. And then and they always have these terms. You go, what do they mean? Cisgender, hetero.
Cis? I don't know. I've never heard of cisgender. Heard of cisgender. Never heard of cisgender.
Normative, which basically means that you're not problematic enough. And they kind of try to smear you or libel you on the basis that there's nothing wrong with you enough. And so there's just, you're too perfect. You're too normal. So I'm going to call you cisgender or whatever. And I've started thinking about this weekend.
So it wasn't a fluke because she said cis twice. That's just how she says it. Cisgender.
And in terms of the
Z
word discrimination, it's become a dirty word. You're not allowed to discriminate. Oh my.
Yeah, discrimination's been a dirty word probably since like the 60s, maybe even before that. Yeah, no one, because here's why. It turns out that most people don't want to be discriminated against, especially not for things that are harmless.
Oh my God, that's
like
just
being black or being gay.
Discrimination.
Or being trans.
You shouldn't do that. You should not discriminate. And actually, quite frankly, I think we need to discriminate. I discriminate all the time.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Every single day. And this morning, I just jotted down a few examples of when I discriminate.
All right, let's hear them.
And I'm going to share them with you.
Please do.
So that you can feel comfortable sharing your list with your friends. Ready?
All right.
I discriminate
against retarded right-wing propagandists who are pure evil and carry water for the billionaire class and spread poison and fear and dissent and division among the middle class and the lower class.
When I hire, I think that's probably illegal, but who doesn't discriminate when they hire?
I discriminate when I hire people. The other day, some fucking goddamn Asian person came in to be my assistant. I'm like, I ain't messing with that. I don't hire no Asian assistant now. Come on.
It wouldn't even make sense, especially if I'm hiring for childcare. A woman walks through my door and she makes me uncomfortable for any reason at all. It could be any reason.
That's not discrimination. I mean, I guess it is in some sort of like ultra literalistic fucking take on the word, but that's not what anyone is like saying. That's not what discrimination means. You know, having like a set of standards and being like, I for some reason I don't trust this like horrible, like unclean, jaundiced, like weirdo that, you know, can I be your nanny? Yeah, you know. Yeah, I don't trust that person. Oh, is that discrimination now? It's like, no, that's not what anyone's fucking saying, bruh.
I'm not going to hire her. Why would I allow this person who makes me uncomfortable watch my children? Well, we should discriminate. Of course I'm going to discriminate. If she looks like a freak, she can't watch my child. It's that simple. I discriminate also when I hire.
Yeah, she looks like a freak, can't watch my kids. I mean, fine, but not really what's being talked about here.
Hire assistants, right?
Yeah, it is, TJ. LMAO. Yes, it does. Yes, it does what? Yes, it does what?
When I was thinking about the fact that I just had a baby and I was going to be breastfeeding, probably wasn't a good idea for me to hire a male assistant to be in my.
That's absolutely discrimination. What if it makes you uncomfortable if they're Asian? Right. But that's the thing is like when people talk about discrimination, they're talking about being discriminated against on the basis of like sexual orientation or race or religion or that kind of thing. And of course that happens all the time, but yeah, that's not a good thing. And in fact, in case of Candace Owens, I mean, she can hire whoever she wants to watch her own damn kids if she even has kids. But, you know, I don't really trust her judgment on like who's a fucking weirdo or whatever.
Home. I wanted to be more comfortable, so I was happy to hire a young female. Emphasis on the young, by the way. People say it's ageism, you're not allowed to do it, but let me be very clear. If a 80-year-old wants to be my assistant, I go, you know, maybe not the right person that's fit for the job, considering it's a lot of running around, it's a lot of lifting boxes, there are a lot of things that need to be done. The inverse of that is that for childcare, I actually like older women, right? So I discriminate in favor of somebody who is 65. I quite literally have a woman that helps on the weekend. She's got 9 grandchildren. She's seen it all. I am favorable. I discriminate favorably toward older people that have tons of grandchildren. I feel safer in that way.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about something like, hey, I mean, here's the problem. We're talking about things that are pretty commonsensical right now. We're talking about things that are like, oh yeah, I discriminate on the basis of this thing. Really, it's more about like, you would never use the word discrimination in these contexts. It's being used kind of dishonestly here, but I guess it's not technically a misuse of the term. But she's going to at some point drop the other shoe and start equivocating it to shit where it totally does not fucking belong. Because right now it's like, okay, yeah, if someone is like old and enfeeble and feeble, they shouldn't be like, my job is to go run errands and get you coffee and stuff like that. Yeah, that's probably not the right person for that fucking job because they don't have the fucking proper qualifications for it. Like, I don't think anyone is arguing that like people should be hired for jobs that they're not qualified for or jobs they're not suited for. Like, no one should be like, yeah, I mean, the NFL, I guess, technically discriminates against people who are in wheelchairs because they're not fucking going to necessarily be great basketball players. Like, that is, in a technical sense, an instance of discrimination, but that's not what anyone's fucking talking about when they're talking about discrimination. What's being talked about is people who are being discriminated against for, like, fucking superficial bullshit, like the color of their skin.
There are small discriminations. You discriminate when you choose a restaurant. They know that. That's why they built Yelp. People put up their photos. I go,
TJ hasn't worked a real job a day in his life. Really? And he handpicked his coworkers. F off with that bullcrap, TJ. Dude, I just fucking agreed with you. Are you a fucking moron? I literally just said that it's okay to, like, qualifications are not this, like, wanting someone qualified for a position is not the same thing as discriminating against them. Okay? That's not what anyone's fucking talking about.
That doesn't look good. I don't want to eat here. Restaurant looks a little dirty. I don't like the lighting in here. I don't want to eat here. I discriminate. I discriminate when I pick my friends.
Yeah, okay, I get it. I get where this is going. So just go ahead and drop the other shoe. Where we get the fuck. I get the setup. Get to the punchline.
I look at a girl and I'm just like, she's got something wrong with the eyes, a little crazy in the eyes. I don't know. I just don't want to be friends with her. She just looks like she's unstable.
I don't want to be. I wouldn't be talking about anyone else's eyes looking crazy if I was Candace Owens personally.
A girl tells me, I take Xanax every time I have a feeling. And I go, okay, that's really great. I just don't want to be friends with you. I don't say it to them, but I'm thinking it. I'm thinking you seem a little undone. I don't want to be friends with you. I also discriminate when I'm around people and they just have that victim mentality, telling, oh, you know, it's just really hard out there for a black person. Oh, you know how it is being a woman and just like men. I think I don't really know how it is, and I don't want to be friends with you because I think a victim mentality is poisonous, and I don't want to catch that poison.
Oh my God, dude, give me a break. Like, the funny thing is, there's no way she doesn't know about that kind of stuff, but it's her job to whitewash race relations in America for a fucking predominantly white audience watching her so that they can then be justified in their racism against any black people any black person who's not as successful as Candace Owens. It's just like, nope, there's nothing systemically oppressing them. It's just their victim mentality that's keeping them down. If they would listen to Candace Owens and pick themselves up by their bootstraps, they'd be doing just fine. So this is just like part of her fucking job. Whitewash.
And if it needs to be said, you should discriminate when you date.
And yeah, she does play, like all right-wingers, she also does play the victim all the time. So she's also a hypocrite.
If he looks like an axe murderer, don't date him. You know what I'm talking about. Just look. They have a look.
Axe murderers don't necessarily have a look, to be honest with you. I mean, if you look at, hold up. Let's see. Maybe they do. All right, we're gonna find us some axe murderers here. I'm looking for a picture of an axe murderer. No, I don't care about the movie. You know, unfortunately, because axe murderer is such a trope, it's kind of hard to find pictures of actual axe murderers. The one picture I'm finding of an actual axe murderer. Let's see. No, that's not one either. Yeah, I'll have to do this some other time. But maybe when Kuhlman edits this, he can throw them in. We can throw up some pictures of some axe murderers, and you know, I don't know. You tell me if there's a type or not.
Like, you do look like you would potentially kill me and hide my body and potentially get away with it. And for that reason, there will not be a second date. It's that simple.
Oh, come on now. That's unfair.
By the way, men also discriminate, and there are biological reasons for the reason they discriminate. I read this in a book by E.O. Wilson. He also wrote it in paper.
I love, by the way, how immediately after talking about how when someone's like, you know how it is to be a woman, her next example is literally like, some men out there look like axe murderers, and, you know, I'm not giving them a second date. It's like, that would be one of those things that women have to worry about, by the way, just so you know.
Papers, when they see a woman that has a smaller waist and wide hips, the storied hourglass figure, what it signals to a male is that she has good fertility. It's that simple. They look and they go, I think I could probably get that pregnant, and there is something happening in your body that you're thinking about procreation, and they discriminate in favor of a certain shape. And women discriminate too. I don't want to say it. I don't mind saying it. I will say it. You know, I did once date a very short guy, and it just felt off.
I did once date a very short, it just felt off. Fuck that fucking short midget piece of shit. You know what I mean? Fuck him. It's like, okay, well, yeah, if you're not attracted to someone, you're not attracted to someone, whatever. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing to throw out there.
In mind, it was a great relationship. I had a great time with him. But, you know, for some reason, you want your other as a woman to be taller than you. And I think men feel that too.
That's pretty fucked up, actually. Yeah, this is not this is not one of those examples. Like, she literally is like, yeah, I mean, it was a great relationship. We got along really well. You know, we connected on a soul deep level, but I was like, you're too short. Fuck you. Get lost. Like, what the fuck? What a superficial bitch. What a dumb cunt.
Right? There are, of course, examples of shorter men dating supermodels, and it's all good. But I think a woman likes to feel small next to a male, and a male likes to feel bigger next to a woman. I definitely
I mean, you know, if whatever you got going on, that's fine, and you can maybe extrapolate that to some general societal shit. But and you know, you can't say I'm getting butt hurt here because I'm fucking huge. So I ain't no motherfucker. I ain't short. I ain't no motherfucking manlet or nothing. So
discriminate against men that paint their nails and wear dresses. I don't really care how you feel about that. You can wear your dress and you can paint your nails.
And you know, I'll do a whole fucking segment on my show about how you're a piece of horrible shit. But you know, I don't really care. For me, it's just about money. You know.
But I'd prefer you keeping 100 feet away from a playground and all of the feet away from my children and me. If I see you, I'm going to cross the street if I'm with my kids. Oh, Candace, it's not accepting. We need to be more accepting of the people, the men who like to wear panties. I'm good.
Dude, I see a lot of you motherfuckers in the chat trying to like do this like incel excuse making bullshit. Like, oh man, 90% of women fucking hate short. If dude, that was true, there wouldn't still be short dudes. There's still so many fucking short dudes out there in the world. How would they exist? How would the short gene? How does the short gene keep getting thrown in the gene pool? You know, my own dad was my dad was shorter than my mom. Did you know that? That's a true fact about me. My dad was shorter than my mom is. My dad was like 5'8". My mom was 5'11". All my height comes from her side of the family.
Good. You can be more accepting of it. You run that risk when you see a guy who looks like a freak and you're with your children and say, to be accepting, I'm going to put my kids next to him. I'm not going to be that person. I'm going to go, that looks weird, and I'm going to move away from it. It's that simple. And by the way, speaking of that sort of discrimination, literally any person, no matter how normal they look, if they are at the playground when I take my kids and they're by themselves, I'm like, red flag. Get my kid away from that. Why are you at the playground by yourself? There's no scenario where you should just be an adult at a playground by yourself, especially if you're a male. I suddenly have eyes on them and I'm watching them near the other kids. Just feels wrong.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll hear stories about dads trying to take their kids to the park and being fucking unfairly ogled by women like this who are like, what are you doing around here? What's going on? It's like, my kid's here. I'm taking my kid to the park. What the fuck is this? Ah, man. So basically, like, she's just justifying. I mean, like, I think we've crossed that Rubicon. It wasn't like the shoe didn't just drop. It just kind of built to it. We've gotten to the point now where she's just talking about how, like, she's basically saying, like, that she has this magical intuition power where she can just tell the kind of people that, oh, no, that's a bad, I don't like that person. I don't like that person. I don't like that person. And instead of being like, you know, maybe I shouldn't just 100% put all of my faith in that. Maybe I should also, you know, involve my brain. Maybe I should also kind of like use some higher cognitive function and not just be like, I have my initial reaction to that person is negative. Therefore, that must be right. Intuition is never wrong. Always trust your intuition at all times. You know, I mean, like, I'm not saying intuition has no value. And I'm not saying that, like, if someone, like, gives you, like, weird, skeevy vibes, you should necessarily just ignore that. But weigh it out against other things in your fucking life, okay? Don't just be like, my intuition is 100% right and is never wrong about anyone at any time.
It's a healthy discrimination for me. I discriminate against doctors, dentists, trainers. I don't want a dentist with bad teeth. I don't want Lizzo being my trainer. If you want her to be your trainer, have her be your trainer.
I'm pretty sure Lizzo has better things to do than train your fucking dumb ass, all right? She's got way more money and fucking fame than you do.
I'm going to discriminate against somebody that is that clinically obese saying that they're going to get me healthy. I am good on that. So all I was to say is, obviously, discrimination is built into us for a reason. It's a survival mechanism, right? We want to survive.
I mean, like, no one in the history of saying, like, don't discriminate has ever been trying to convey the message of, like, have no standards whatsoever and treat all people, no matter what the situation, with absolute equality in all matters. Like, no one has ever fucking said that. No one has ever intended that meaning. So what are you fucking refuting right now? You've basically constructed this insane straw man where the idea of discrimination is like just, you know, if you fucking see like a drooling axe murderer approaching your family, don't be alarmed, you know, just be like, hey, you know, that drooling axe murderer, fucking, he's fine. Meanwhile, you know, while you're fucking running away from that drooling axe murderer, a fucking conservative guy in a 3-piece suit fucking shoots you all. What a twist, right?
And so when we get that feeling, my mother used to refer to it as the heebie-jeebies, when someone just gives you the heebie-jeebies, even if you can't quite put your finger on why.
I mean, pretty much everyone gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like, I have social anxiety, so pretty much every human being that I don't already know, I treat with like wariness and suspicion. So should I just like never get to know anybody and just trust that feeling in all matters? Because if I did, I literally wouldn't know anybody.
I think
This lady is confusing discrimination and anxiety. I think you may be right.
you need to lean into that.
And she's giving me anxiety in the process.
And I actually think that society would be safer if we discriminated more. What's happening now is insanity because they're telling us to accept everything. To say, oh, it's fine.
No one's telling you to accept everything. Once again, no one's making that argument. No one is just like, oh yeah, I mean, you know, someone wants to kill 50 people and fucking bathe in their blood and fucking, you know, sit in the middle of the street and just jerk off or something. That's fine. No, that's fine.
He just has a fetish. He likes to wear pants.
TJ, she's technically using discrimination correctly in a sentence. Yeah, I know. I know she's technically using a definition of discrimination, but like, hold on. I'm going to go to the fucking dictionary because I'm assuming that probably the dictionary has made this fucking distinction itself. All right. So here is the definition of discrimination from Oxford Dictionary. 1, the unjust or prejudicial treatment of different categories of people, especially on the grounds of ethnicity, age, sex, or disability. And the quote is victims of racial discrimination. Similar to prejudice, bias, bigotry, intolerance, narrow-mindedness, unfairness, inequality, favoritism, one-sidedness, chauvinism, partisanship, sexism, racism, racialism, anti-Semitism, heterosexism, ageism, classism, ableism, apartheid. Okay? 2, recognition and understanding of the difference between one thing and another. And I feel like she's doing a lot of equivocating between that second definition and the first definition right now. Both are technically definitions of the word, but the meaning of the word shifts based on the context of its usage. And she's just totally erased that from the definition. And now everything is, you know, every fucking act of discrimination, no matter how justified by context, is somehow means that we're not allowed. Like, she's not making any distinction. She's not discriminating between the harmless instances of discrimination and the harmful ones. So one instance where she's not being discriminating is there. You know what I mean? Because like there's a vast chasm of fucking difference between discriminating against a machete-wielding maniac who's running at you and flailing his fucking machete like, I'll fucking kill you! And discriminating against, like, a black dude trying to fucking get hired on for a job that he went to college for and being like, ooh, I don't know, Tyrone Wilkes, nah, let's hire Dave Johnson. He seems like he's a better candidate, you know? Like, not the same fucking thing. Not even in the same fucking ballpark. Maybe, where's your discrimination there? Discriminate between those two fucking realities.
Panties. Who am I talking about? Well, among other people, Sam Brinton. You guys remember this guy? He served.
Someone in the chat. Let me fucking show you guys the hero of the moment, guys. Okay. Hopefully it'll fucking catch up before they're gone. But someone in the chat, Dario here. I cannot be forced to date outside my race/culture. Puke, puke, puke. Yeah, no one cares. No one wants to make you date outside of your race or culture. Like you don't have to. No, like believe me, there's not like a long line of people from outside your race and culture that are like, I cannot wait to get into Dario's pants. It's just not a thing. They're not there. They're not fucking like clamoring to get in there, bud. I think you're gonna be safe. The scary people from different races / cultures aren't gonna hurt you anymore.
Served as the Energy Department under the Biden administration, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Spent Fuel and Waste Disposition since June. He's been serving in that position. And if you remember the photos of him,
Dario's back. Dario said, yeah, it's being shoved down our throats, propaganda. You being propagandized to is not the same thing as forcing you to do something. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's fucking ridiculous that you're not open to having sex with someone outside of your cultural group or your race. Like the fact that you're like so scared of that is worrying, and you are kind of pathetic and weird for that. And I therefore discriminate against you. But no one's going to force you. No one's like, you better fuck that black pussy. Get in there, Dario. You better fuck that black pussy now. Hit that shit. Hit that shit, Dario. Goddamn you to hell, Dario. Fuck that black pussy now. No one cares. No one fucking cares. I mean, we care in the fact that you're like, you know, weirdly bigoted and shit, but like literally no one actually cares whether or not you fuck outside of your race and your culture. It doesn't matter.
when he was first elected, he looked like a crazy person. In this one photo, he is wearing a long yellow gown.
Okay, now here is the official shoe drop moment. After the 7 minutes and 38 seconds of priming you to fucking hate this person, whatever their fucking identity might be, here it is. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it, you guys. What's going on here?
Red lipstick, and he's on a orange carpet, smiling. In this next photo, he is wearing a red dress, a red gown. He has chunky jewelry on.
Kind of looks like Matt Damon.
Again, red lipstick and his bald head. And people were like, oh my God, diversity, it's amazing. It gets creepier. Here he is in stilettos that I...
It gets creepier as in, is it going to get creepy at all is my question. Like, I get that you're creeped out by this. Like, let me tell you a little story. My wife, Chelsea, used to be afraid of little people, right? Midgets, okay? In case anyone out there doesn't know what a little person is. Midgets, dwarves, whatever the fuck. Okay? She used to be scared of them. She had a fear of them. She saw them, and they made her uncomfortable. And if she was a conservative, she probably to this day would be scared of little people. She'd be like, oh my God, they're just so scary. But since she's not a fucking moron, she's like, you know what? That fear is fucked up and I should overcome it. And then she did. And we had a little person that would come to a bunch of our meetups, a dude named Peter. And she actually became pretty fucking cool with Peter, and they became friends. And then she overcame her like ridiculous knee-jerk sort of like, I'm scared. And why it is that conservatives can't do the same thing, why it is that they can't get over just that initial like, whoa, a dude in a dress, I'm fucking scared. I did something wrong, something like, how can you not get over it? Get over it. It's not that big of a fucking deal. It's clothing. It's an article of goddamn clothing. There is an alternate universe where this is how dudes dress and no one cares. And if you saw a dude wearing pants, you'd be skeeved out by that.
I wouldn't even wear really tall stilettos. A sky-high thigh slit. He has on bunnies, and it looks to be a Playboy shoot. It's got a Playboy background. I think it was a Playboy shoot. And we're supposed to go, oh my God, yay, it's so inclusive, and I love it. No, when I saw it, I went, I'd like to discriminate against that. Yeah.
I saw it, I'd like to discriminate against that. How would you like to discriminate? Tell us, Candace, how would you like to discriminate against it? You tell us how you'd like to discriminate against it. Would you like to pass laws against it? Would you like to round it into like camps and see that it, never fucking sees the light of day again? Like how exactly would you discriminate against it, Candace? You let us know.
Yeah, I wouldn't like my tax dollars to go toward that. I just feel like that person needs to stay away from me and my family.
That person is not trying to get near you and your family. That person doesn't care about you or your family. They're not like, last I checked, whoever the fuck that is not like, I must get to Candace Owens. I must get to her family. I just want to spend time with them so bad. I must do it. What are we talking about?
I don't want them in any positions of power.
Yeah, and earlier she said she didn't care. She's like, I don't care if that's what they want to do. But now it's like, don't put them in power. They should be disqualified from having any power. They shouldn't be allowed near people like me. They should be put away somewhere. They shouldn't be allowed to do this.
Power. Just I don't want to invest in that in any way, not even with my tax dollars. And it's
Well, I don't want my tax dollars going to fucking war. I don't want my tax dollars going to subsidies for big mega corporations. I don't know. Welcome to the club of not getting to decide everything your tax dollars go to, bitch.
turns out that if we had that healthy dose of discrimination as a nation, that person wouldn't have been able to victimize two women, because that's what he's done. You'll recall a couple of weeks ago, we covered the fact that he went to an airport, ready? Mm-hmm. He didn't check in a bag. This is in Minneapolis. He gets on a plane, he lands, and then he went to baggage claim and he snatched some young woman's luggage and he left.
Oh, wow. Oh, if only society had to discriminate against him, then he wouldn't have been able to get that luggage. What? I thought we were going to I was all preparing in my mind, all right, so this guy raped some people. I'm going to have to start working on my argument for that. And then you drop she snatched a woman's luggage. Oh. Well, what a jerk. Okay.
I don't know why he did that. The police saw it on tape. They called him and said, hey, did you take someone's luggage? And he denied it. Remember? He said, no.
I don't remember because I don't waste my time caring about stupid shit like this. But sure, yeah, I remember.
I didn't steal any luggage. That wasn't me. And then he called the police back and he said, oh, I may have accidentally taken someone's luggage. Well, that would have been quite the accident considering he didn't check in any baggage. And it was a young woman and he took her stuff probably because he wanted her underwear. You might think,
oh, yeah, we know his whole motivation and everything. Incredible. Yeah.
Oh, weird circumstance. Well, guess what? He did it again.
Okay.
Yep, it has happened again. He did this at the international airport in Las Vegas, allegedly stole a suitcase with a total estimated worth.
I mean, I hate to break this to you, Candace. I don't know if you know this or not. I'm about to break it. This might be heartbreaking news for you, but you actually don't have to cross-dress to steal someone's luggage at the airport. It's actually really fucking easy to do. It's actually really easy for anybody dressed in any way to steal luggage from the airport. It's really not that hard. It's not something that requires you to cross-dress. In fact, if you're doing it while cross-dressing, it's actually a lot more likely you're going to get caught because you kind of tend to stand out a little more. So, what is this? It literally has nothing to do with anything.
Of $3,670 on July 6th. The police were able to confirm that it was him traveling on that flight with the victim because he posted an Instagram post of himself wearing a shirt that had some atomic symbol on it, and it was in rainbows. And because he posted this on Instagram, they were able to identify him in the footage. Again, he stole from a young woman. He checked the suitcase tag to make sure it was a woman's, and then he took the luggage. Why? Because he's a freak. That's why. Because it's some weird...
Because I'm a freak. I'm a weirdo. All right. So what? So a dude dressed like a dude dressed in a fucking suit and tie couldn't grab the luggage? a dude dressed in a t-shirt and jeans couldn't grab the luggage. Like, it really has no, like, one thing has very little to do with the other.
High stakes game. He has weird fetishes. He probably wanted to feel a thrill. I'm taking this woman's underwear and all of her stuff, and I'm going to put it on home, and I'm going to feel good. And if only we as a nation were willing to discriminate, right? When we saw him wearing all those dresses and thigh-high slits.
But I love how she continues to not address exactly how this person should be discriminated against. Like, should we have killed him? I mean, like, because you're saying, like, if only we discriminated, he couldn't possibly have done this stuff. So, like, what is this measure that should have been taken that would have stopped him from stealing that luggage? What measure could have been taken that would have just stopped that fucking right in its tracks? Just stopped it from happening. What measure should have been taken? Because I noticed that that's being left out of this. It's just like vaguely like we could have discriminated against him and that would have solved something. Well, I mean, unless you're willing to go all the way to the punitive measure of like he should be killed or like imprisoned for life in like a psychiatric institution or something. Like, unless you're willing to go to that extent, which maybe you are because you are a fucking piece of shit, I don't really see how it would have stopped him.
Maybe these young women wouldn't have been victimized. All of this to say, ladies and gentlemen, I openly discriminate against weirdos and freaks, and I encourage
weirdos and freaks. At this point, she's just like the villain in a high school drama. Like, she seems like you could like make her the villain on like the next season of Wednesday or something. Like, I can't believe I'm here with you weirdos and freaks, and I am against this. I was like, this is just like a villain speech from a fucking bad teen drama at this point.
you to do the same. And that's all I have to say about that.
All right, good. Well, you're a horrible nightmare of a human being, and I hope you get run over crossing the street. Goodbye. You guys ready for this shit? Let's take a break before we do it. Let's talk to the chat for a minute first. Oh, man. Man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Oh, dear. Dear me. Oh, dear me. Oh, me, oh, my. Why, oh, why did we have to die? Dun, 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 dun. TJ, why are people so dumb? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think they kind of want to be. Tell the story about throwing the donuts on that guy, TJ. It wasn't donuts, it was pancakes. What size do you consider a cock big, TJ? I don't know. 8 inches, I guess. Maybe shorter than that if it's like thicker. I don't know. You just know a big dick when you see it, don't you? It's not really a matter of like it meeting some particular dimensional barrier or something. How many P words has Candace eaten? Probably more than we think. Which P word? Pussy? Penis? Polenta? I don't know. 14 feet is too big. Right and left being obsessed with each other's life and decisions is so sad because both sides can work on today's problems. I mean, there might be a few problems they could work on together, but I don't know. Most of them, I think there's not much crossover. TJ will win the World Cup. Dun 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 dun. Everybody knows that the war is over. Everybody knows that the good guys lost. What is your favorite cut of beef, TJ? Probably a filet. R.I.P. Jackie Chan. Yeah, man, I heard about that. Rest in peace, Jackie. Rest in peace. TJ will drink Pepsi out of the World Cup. Yeah. Did Jackie Chan die? Probably not. Maybe by coincidence. Here is some for your mental suffering on this planet. Thank you. I appreciate you. Do 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 do. Dun 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 dun. Did you hear Joe Rogan died? Yeah, that's pretty brutal. That's pretty goddamn brutal. Did you hear the Finders cult? It does sound familiar. I can't exactly remember that. TG, your refusal to debate or join debate panels is a factor contributing to a stagnated channel. I don't know if you've noticed this, but my channel's been actually less stagnant as of late. And I have been on a debate panel before. I was on, I mean, it wasn't an official debate panel, I guess, but I was on a show with like 4 or 5 other dudes that were all arguing with me. I posted up on here. But honestly, I fucking despise debate shit, so I don't know why I'd participate in something that I'm not really a fan of. You know? And if that's what it takes to be successful, then I don't know, fuck success at that point. But I don't know. I guess if I was offered a juicy or lucrative enough deal, I'd do it. Wet ass P words. Fing super chat censorship. Do you have a favorite game, TJ? Yeah. My favorite game is the game of life. No. Probably Scrabble. I play a lot of Scrabble. Hey, TJ, have you heard of my new game, Nazi Punchers? It's about punching Nazis. Well, that's pretty offensive, sir. That's pretty goddamn offensive to me. Jackie Chan's death was horrible. I can't believe the way his organs all stuck to the walls. Yeah, pretty brutal shit. TJ, favorite porn star currently and of all time. I never really know their names. TJ, ever consider Tim Pool as preventing civil war by predicting it in every video? I have thought of that, actually. You know, he's not the hero I can never remember how that goes. But he's the hero we need. That's the point. Debate shit is Vosh's thing. Do you hate Vosh now? I never hated Vosh. But I honestly, like, as far as Vosh content goes, I very rarely checked in on his debates. I was always more interested in him just, like, talking solo about shit. I've watched a few debates that he did, but, like, honestly, they mostly just kind of frustrate me. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just, like, a lot of times, you're right. Like, a lot of times you watch these debates, and it just feels like people just, like, shouting talking points at each other as hard as they can and not actually, like, addressing one another's, like, counter arguments. You know, they just always kind of, like, pivot back to their talking points, and it's like, no, I must stay here safe within the cocoon of my talking points. You know? And it's pretty fucking silly. You must love current era Vosh then. Yeah, man, I've watched some of his stuff. I'm not a huge YouTube watcher, so. TJ, I need them, please. The totties. I don't know what a totty is. Is that a drink? People have VDS in this chat. I know. It's everywhere. I mean, like, there's just like, I don't know. I guess it's just a symptom of being at like the top of anything. And I think like when it comes to the online left, he might not be the very tippy top of the iceberg, but he's pretty close. So I think that like as a result of that, you get like more than your fair share of like a shit ration. And I know that as I climb my way back up through the fucking ranks, as I fucking, I notice every one of these streams I do, there's a little bit more people watching. Like I've almost been to 1,000 tonight. And pretty soon these streams will be getting fucking like 1,000+ people in them and shit. And, you know, the more that starts to happen, the more I start to fucking approach those numbers, the more that fucking people take notice of the fact that I'm having a resurgence, the more I'm going to get my own fucking big dumb ration of fucking shit. And it's going to fucking suck. I'm going to have to fucking constantly be under siege from a bunch of fucking morons. But that's just what you got to deal with. It doesn't really matter because ultimately I'm going to take control of this world and those who fucking criticize me will perish in flame. DFF episode entirely on feces when? I feel like we've done that. We've definitely done that already. The online left is sort of pathetic, to be honest. Well, the online right is extremely pathetic, so being sort of pathetic is actually an upgrade. Aren't you still losing subscribers, lol? Off and on. It's kind of fluctuated lately. I'll fucking I'll gain a bunch and then I'll lose a bunch. But it's definitely it's leaving the holding pattern of perpetual loss. So that's good, I guess. I don't know. I don't really look at my subscriber count all that much, but I kind of notice it when I log on. And I've noticed that like the number seems to kind of be going like so I'm not really sure about that, but I really don't care too much about that right now. What I'm really more concerned with is like view count on episodes. Not episodes, I guess, but like when I put out clips or I put out these streams, like how many people are tuning into the live stream and how many people are watching the clips. Because subscriber count really doesn't mean much because a bunch of that shit's just legacy shit anyway. A bunch of fucking douchebags don't like me anymore and left. Who cares? The important thing is how many people are watching, how engaged are they with the content I'm putting out there, how concerned are they with like me and like what I'm saying and how like what kind of engagement am I seeing with it? How many people are like sharing it around on social media or something like that? How many people are discussing it in the comments down below? That's way more interesting in terms of metrics to me, especially as a fucking old channel with a bunch of legacy subscribers. Not really too super concerned about like what that number is at the end of the day. Would you ever make a video game playthrough like the old Fallout New Vegas playthrough on TJ Plays It All? I've been really seriously thinking, and I know I've mentioned it before, but I'm thinking I'm going to do a playthrough of Fallout 4, I guess. I really wanted to do it with New Vegas, but it doesn't really seem like they have the proper mods for it. So I guess I'm going to do a Fallout 4 playthrough, which I've never beaten Fallout 4, but I'm going to do it with a thick mod added to it. So there's going to be, I'm going to have like a big-butted character and stuff, and I'm going to wander the wastelands with my big butt and shoot things. And that should be fun. And I'm going to do it like a charity thing for it, maybe. Think about doing some kind of like charity stream with thick Fallout charity stream. So we'll see. He had to get rid of the butts because someone was reporting them and getting the stream demonetized. Where this happened? Where's it going on? Oh, right. Yeah. My streams. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the streams were getting demonetized because the butts were, easy to report to YouTube or whatever. So fucking bullshit. So, yeah, my Fallout stream wouldn't be monetized, I guess. But whatever. It's a charity stream. So it's all about the donos. I like these streams. Don't stream a video game because there's already people who do it plenty. Yeah, but I'm just gonna stream thick fall. I'm not gonna become like a gaming streamer. I hate video games, but I'm gonna play thick Fallout for you. That's it. I'm not gonna become one of these streamers that's always fucking relying on gaming and shit, because it's just not my fucking bag, you know. Yeah, I'm going to do like the sexiest mods I can. I'm going to have to probably make sure that it's going to be like, I'm going to have to play through a little bit, make sure everything I put on it is going to be YouTube acceptable and shit. You know, I mean, you know, you can't be showing like bare ass titties and stuff. I mean, maybe, no, you can't. Can we change plus size to thick size? That seems like a good idea. If you're not debating, how do we attract new eyeballs then? I'm going to by just like attacking people. One-sided attacks that there's no, you know, and then don't allow the response to happen, you know. Just fucking yell at them like a drive-by shooting. You're a fucking piece of shit, bigoted motherfucking idiot, and then drive away real fast. And then if they yell something back, it's like, not listening, motherfucker, la 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 la. I don't know. I'm not really. I mean, I figured that if I just keep putting content out there that's worth a fuck, people will tune in. I don't know. That's my belief. Anyway, we're gonna watch this.
These officials put kids' lives in danger to protect what exactly? We don't know. Any kid in those schools could tell you that men.
It's kind of weird to begin your segment. I mean, this is like Fox News that clipped this, right? Yeah, this is on Fox News. So it's kind of weird to begin the segment with, like, it feels like we just jumped in the middle of something and, like, we're not even being told what it's about. Just, like, this is like a half thought.
These officials put kids' lives in danger to protect.
What officials put what kids' lives in danger? You haven't explained anything.
Protect what exactly? We don't know.
I don't know.
Any kid in those schools could tell you that men and women are not the same. Just like,
I mean, if you actually talk to the Gen Z, like kids or whatever, that like most of them, I'm pretty sure most of them are trans inclusive. Like, let me see. What's the polling here? Gen Z trans inclusivity poll. So Generation Z extremely concerned about LGBTQ plus rights, survey says. Also, one of the reasons why the red wave broke when Gen Z voted. Gen Z's like, no, we're not voting for these red bigots. Sorry. Nearly 2/3 of Generation Z between 18 and 25 say they're worried about the state of LGBTQ plus rights in the U.S., according to new survey data from Taluna. The survey data comes during a record-breaking year for state legislative attacks against LGBTQ plus people. In a recent Gallup poll, more than 20% of Generation Z said they identified as lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. So, yeah, Gen Z, this idea that the kids, they know the difference. Maybe they know the difference, but maybe you don't know the difference. Maybe you're still too fucking hung up on this bioessentialist gibberish.
they could tell you this cat lady isn't a cat.
I am a cat.
I have to disagree. I mean, she's here. She has cat ears. She is leopard spotted like a cat. She is identified as a cat. Therefore, I accept that she is a cat.
Meow, meow.
Oh, that's even further proof. She just meowed. So, yeah.
I'm not a woman dressed as a cat.
Yeah, I think you seem to be, actually. Yeah.
I am a cat. By show of hands, I'm curious, how many of you believe and confess that I'm a cat?
Yeah, I'm open-minded about it, but I'm gonna do a half hand raise. I'm gonna raise it, but not above my head. I'm gonna put it right here.
Great. By show of hands, I'm curious, how many of you believe that your child or a child from this school would believe that I'm actually a cat? No one. You are right.
That's right. I identify as an attack helicopter. Like, all right, we know. We've seen the argument before. We get it. We get it.
Truth prevails over imagination. Reality exists. Discernment is innate and something we are biologically wired to have.
You know, it's funny to me that people like this, they say stuff like this, you know, when it comes to trans people. Like, oh, reality exists. Biological essentialism, trust science, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, I mean, science totally fucking disagrees with them for the most part. But hey, meanwhile, most of them are gourd believers, right? Most of them believe that God is all knowing, all wise, all seeing, created the universe. Believe in the Bible. Believe that the Bible is the cornerstone of Western civilization, and so on and so forth. And I'm not saying this woman believes that. I don't know for a fact that she does. Maybe we'll find out in the course of this video, because a lot of times if someone believes very strongly in religion, they'll let you know. But typically speaking, these you know, conservatives, they do tend to have sort of a religiosity thing, a correlation between being right wing and being religious. And yet, when it comes to this trans issue, they want to act like, oh, we're like these like reality is reality. You know, but then it's like, oh, but my imaginary friend in the sky, that's legit.
One look at me and you know this to be true. I am a woman posing as a cat.
Lindsey Graham, the cat lady herself and host of the Patriot Barbie podcast.
Patriot Barbie podcast, eh?
Joins me now. So, Lindsey, what was actually happening at this school district that made you have to dress up as a cat?
Nothing made her have to dress up as a cat, okay? Let's mind our language here a little bit. Nothing happened at this school that made her dress up as a cat. She chose to dress up as a fucking cat. And she looks good. I mean, let's be real here. Let's be frank. She's a good-looking cat. You know, she's a fine piece of pussy. But was that too far? Yeah, maybe a little. Oh well, who gives a shit?
To prove your point.
Well, first of all, Jesse, I'd like you to not miss-species me. I'd like to be addressed as a cat for the entirety of this video.
I mean, he never explicitly addressed you as a human, so.
Of course.
Of course.
So
I apologize.
This was in my... Thank you. Just inclusivity is all I ask, you know. This was a local school in my neighborhood where there was a member of the school board whose name is Paul Bixler. He is a man. He's very clearly a man. And the only thing he does to identify as a female is put lipstick on. He grew his hair out a little bit, and he wears his deceased wife's clothing to school, to sporting events, to fundraisers, to school events in front of the children.
Oh my God.
And believe it or not, he actually demands on being identified one of two ways, either Paul, which is a man's name, of course, or Miss Bixler. So.
Look at his face. Look at the dude's face. Oh, what's happened in this country? What's happened in this one great country, man? What happened?
It's very clear that he has a gender identity crisis. And not only does he appear in front of the children and insist that the children, you know, define him as a woman, but he sits on the board and he's making decisions for these children.
Dang, that literally looks like a man, self-hating trans. She does have kind of some masculine features, but, you know. The funny thing is that if I was to just take this this woman's picture and show this to a bunch of transphobes and be like, what do you know, do you think this is a man or a woman? What do you think this is? And they'd a lot of them probably be like, oh, that's one of them trannies. On second thought, we could go back to Michael Knowles about the guy in the thong. That was somehow less cringe than this. Yeah, I know, right?
And the
that beautiful Elysian era.
Point that I was trying to make as a cat was that, I mean, obviously, you can't just identify as whatever you want, and you can't demand that other people identify you as whatever you want. But someone with this kind of mental illness can enjoy that mental illness all they want in the comfort of their own home. But
enjoy that mental illness all they want. Yeah, because it's like, so I mean, like, if you fucking buy into the notion that trans people have a mental illness, then, you know, mental illness is not like enjoyable typically. I guess sometimes maybe it can be, but like, yeah, for the most part, it's like, man, I'm just going to enjoy my mental illness at home. Like, think about the logic of, like, even if we accept the logic of conservatives that, like, this is a mental illness, they're basically saying, like, yo, listen, keep your mental illness at home. Don't bring your mental illness out here in public. No one wants to see your mental illness. It's like, even if being trans were a mental illness, their rhetoric about it would be almost even more fucked up, or at least as fucked up as it already is. Because it's basically saying, like, leave that shit at home. Leave that mental illness that you can't control at home. It's okay to be schizophrenic at home, but don't be schizophrenic here in public. Like, what are you talking about? Mental illness doesn't have a fucking off switch, you stupid fuck. But being trans is not a mental illness anyway, so doesn't really matter.
When you put them in charge of children, we're talking about a new type of indoctrination, and that's what's really terrifying, is seeing these people.
Well, is it mental illness, or is it an ideology that you can be indoctrinated into? Because those aren't the same thing. You can't, like, schizophrenics don't go out recruiting people to become schizophrenic. Bipolar people don't go out and recruit people into being bipolar. So you're saying it's not a mental illness. Now you're saying it's like an idea that is subject to what you call social contagion, right? So that means it's not a mental illness. It's actually just an ideology. But actually, it's neither.
People in charge of our kids.
It's an identity. It's a state of fucking being. Men and women, I know it's hard to believe, totally made up. It's not a real thing, folks. I'm sorry to tell you, it's not a real goddamn thing. We made it up. We made it the fuck up. Yeah, the being male sexed or female sexed, that's a real thing. There being certain biological differences between males and females, that's a real thing. But as far as like the social expression of your sex in the form of gender, that is a social imposition. That's something human beings made up. That's basically telling you, you have these genitalia, therefore you must conform to these social roles, even if they don't suit you, even if that's not a way of being that's actually conducive to who you are as a person. You have to still conform to it. That means you have to dress a certain way. You have to have certain social expectations placed upon you. You're expected to serve certain social functions. And there are certain things that you're not allowed to do that people with the different genitals are allowed to do. And it's all just a bunch of arbitrary bullshit that has no bearing on anything. It's something we completely made up. We took some facts about biology and then created a paradigm that they have to exist within. It'd be like if we were all at birth separated by eye color. You know, you have blue eyes, therefore you're one of the blueies, and that means you gotta wear lederhosen and learn to play the harmonica, bitch. So get to it, motherfucker. You know, get on it. Oh, you got brown eyes? Well, that means you're one of the degens. You're a degenerate and you're a scumbag and you gotta fucking toil. You're one of the worker drones of society. Oh, you have green eyes. Oh, that means you're one of the emeraldites and you get to be the political class and all the great artists belong to your sect and all this. And, you know, and then when someone fucking says, hey, all of these distinctions between us are bullshit, people just point to, well, you got blue eyes. You can't deny it. Everyone can see your eyes are blue. Everyone can see your eyes are brown. Everyone can see your eyes are green. Everyone knows that this system is based on fucking rock solid reality. It's like, no, it's not. Yeah, the eye color distinction is real, but all of the bullshit you've built on it is fake. It's the same thing with gender. Just because you got a dick or you got a pussy does not mean that all of the bullshit that's been that society has piled on that means anything. It's just social garbage. It's just human beings constructed a bunch of nonsense based on like primitive, religious text and cultural edicts and, social evolution and so on and so forth. And we should be free, especially at this point in human history, to sweep that shit right the fuck away and say, no, not anymore. From now on, people are going to craft their own destiny based on the content of their character, not their genitalia or their skin tone or some arbitrary bullshit like that.
Kids' education.
Yeah, if he has to grieve over his dead wife, he can grieve privately, but where...
I mean, like, these people are such sociopathic, malignant, narcissist pieces of shit. Because if they genuinely think that this is part of mental illness and they're telling them, like, no, you got to hide your mental illness, that's fucked up. If they genuinely think it's a social contagion, the implications of that alone are just fucked up. If they genuinely think that this is, like, part of this, in their mind, dude's grieving process, and they're telling in their minds, once again, him not to grieve in that way, that is fucked up. Like, there's no, like, every fucking thing, every fucking explanation they've gone down the list of to explain this woman's behavior, and then they've then proven that they're just insensitive fucking pricks. Because if this is genuinely just a dude grieving for his wife, he should be allowed to fucking do that however he fucking needs to do it. If this is genuinely just like a mental illness issue, then you can't expect someone to fucking hide their mental illness and just only be mentally ill at home. And if it's genuinely a social contagion issue, it's an ideology, then it's covered under free speech. So no matter what, you guys are insensitive fucking pricks, or you're assholes, or you're monsters, or you're scumbags.
Sharing his deceased wife's dress and putting on lipstick and growing your hair out and insisting you're a woman in front of, what grade is this precisely?
This is elementary school. So these are young, vulnerable minds. And the teachers, the rest of the school board are identifying him as mixed while he's talking in just the deepest manly voice that he was born with. And so
I mean, his eyes are blue. I mean, you can deny that he can sit here and be like, I don't want to be a bluey, but I mean, at the end of the day, your eyes are blue. You got to fucking play the harmonica, bitch.
See these parents and these adults take no responsibility for the education of these kids and to teach them true right and wrong and true biology and true facts and science and truths is just so.
You should probably look at some of the science, some of what science has to say about transgender people, because it's not on your side. Spoiler. I mean, granted, science is not like some ubiquitous thing on this. You know, you can find dissenting voices within the scientific community, but the vast majority of, research that's been done, the vast majority of scientists who have spoken out on this, it seems to all be very supportive of trans identity.
So alarming that we have this in the school system.
Real quick, when you did this at this hearing, did people understand? How did they react?
This is a great story, actually. The next day at the gym, I saw one of the members of the school board, and he looked at me a little odd. I said, I'm sure you don't want to remember who I am. And he said, the cat. And I thought he would proceed to chew me out. And he said, you know what? Thank you so much for getting up there and saying what you said. Thank you for being bold enough to.
You know what? Thank you so much for besmirching my coworker there. Thank you so much for just like spouting off the bigotry that all of us have in our hearts, but just are afraid to say. You know what you are, cat lady? You're an American hero. I don't use the word hero lightly, but you, cat lady, are the greatest hero in all of American history.
Speak truth. I've been fighting this agenda. I've been fighting this teacher and this school board member. There are people on our side, and all it takes is just a few of us to stand up and speak truth and find those partners in crime, if you will, and then we really can unite together and fight back against this and save our children.
What kind of exercises does a cat do at the gym?
You down bad, buddy? Jesse Waters, you need, I mean, I thought I was out of line, but, seems like I'm not the only one with pussy on the brain, eh? So, what kind of exercises does a cat lady do at the gym? Do a lot of, like, glute stuff or, like,
Oh, gosh, there's got to be something zingy I can say here. Lots of squats.
Yeah, but gotta be. Oh yeah, squats. Yeah, working on them glutes, right? Yeah. Maybe take a look. You see them glutes, maybe.
Litter box press, kitty nip presses.
All right, meow, meow. Thank you very much, Lindsey
Meow, meow,
Graham,
indeed.
not the senator.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here
Hey,
to
Sean Hannity.
subscribe to Fox News YouTube.
No thanks. Thanks, but no thanks, bud. Well, that was something, man. That was a goddamn thing right there. Oh yeah. That was really something, guys. Man, oh man, that was something special, wasn't it? That was a goddamn special thing right there. Love how she literally had nothing of substance to say on live TV. All she needs is her transphobia. Yeah, all you need is hate. Da, 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 da. All you need is hate. Hate. Hate is all you need. Bum, bum, bum. That sure did exist. You damn right it does. Amen. I discriminate against cat ladies. Me too, my friend. Me too. Talk about your lips. Which lips? My pussy lips. The backlash against trans people gets worse and worse and worse. I know, right? I didn't even really mean to load this show up with me responding to transphobic bigots and shit, but they're just everywhere right now. It's just the messaging is being blasted out full bore. And you would think after their fucking pathetically devastating losses in the midterms, their failure to gain any new ground, the Republican Party would fucking be like, maybe we should fucking try something else other than these culture war issues. Maybe we need to I don't know, focus on some sort of economic package or some other ideas of some kind, or I don't know. But instead, they're just doubling down well, we just didn't do it mean enough. We got to do it even harder. Is this abandon hope? It might as well be, huh? TJ, explain why gender is a construct early in the video if you want to go back. Yeah. I mean, it's really not that hard. I mean, basically, the way what I likened it to is being given all of these social norms and social cues that are based upon your genitalia is the same as being given social cues and social norms based on your eye color or your height or the fucking way your earlobes dangle. I mean, yeah, those are all biological facts about your body, but we don't impose all sorts of weird things on that. We don't say you can't wear a dress because you have a penis, when we do say that. You can't wear a dress because you have a dick. That's, to me, if you really just take that statement outside of of our culture and just look at it, it makes about as much sense as, you can't play the xylophone because your pinky toe is too big. It just it's gibberish. It's total nonsense. Just because there is some fact of your biology that there's nothing about being male that should prevent you from wearing lipstick or painting your nails or growing your hair long or talking in a feminine way or wearing dresses or doing anything you fucking want to do that is currently considered female or feminine. Anyway, we're going to look at some Christian TikToks now. What do you think about that? I have no idea if these are. I have no idea what kind of Christians these are. I don't know if we're looking at like these like soft marshmallowy, progressive Christians. I don't know if we're looking at hard line, Bible thumping, Bible belt Christians. I don't know what variety of Christian we're looking at today. So we're gonna see. I have not looked at any of these. I clicked Christian TikTok compilations, and then I found the one that was the most recent that I could find, and this is it. So let's see what's going on. Realizing you need to take down your videos that have the Jira remix. Jira? I'm already lost. I have no idea who Jira is. The culture war is the only thing they can do. Their policies suck economically. Also, here's my money, enjoy. That's $19.99 from Auntie. Thank you very much. I don't know what that meant. What is Jira? Hold up. Jira remix. We already have some research to do. I don't know what Jira remix is. I don't know why it's offensive. I'm not finding any answers on Google, so already it's kind of like, hopefully we got some better ones coming, because that first one's a bust. When you just finish pouring your entire heart out to God, and you know how, and you know you good now. That's all you got to do? You just pour your heart out to God and you all good now? Just like, God, I murdered all those people. I raped all those women. I killed all those. I killed that entire race. I did a genocide. It was horrible, God. But, now that I've talked to you about it, I feel a whole lot better. Pretty sure that's not how that works. Well, I mean, I'm 100% sure that's not how it works, because there is no God. And, you might feel a catharsis in just saying your shit out loud and I guess petitioning the universe or whatever the fuck. But, yeah, nothing's actually changed. Oh, yeah, you have to dance too. That's right. The best place to be vulnerable. A public place where you're just laying on the floor for some reason. Yeah. I don't know about that. I'd rather be vulnerable, like in the privacy of my own home, like in my bed or something. It sounds like a bong. Is this like, is we singing words here, or is this like one of these like speaking in tongues things? Oh, shebala budu gidi jabu. This is terrible music. Please stop. Oh, Lord. I finally understood a word he said. He said, oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Uh-huh. We done? Okay. We're back to this. Uh-huh. Can we get, are we done? Can we get done? This is enough? Better than Manson? Shut up, dude. No. Not even, no. Okay, good. The end. The end. It's just gonna burst into, I mean, I feel like I'm gonna burst into flames right now. Like, bad, I'll be blue.
I will lift up my eyes to the hills.
Oh my God, how much longer is this shit? Is it over? It's over. Okay, cool. Verse of the day. If we endure, we shall also reign with him. If we deny him, he will also deny us. What a douche. Sounds like a real prick. Real petty piece of garbage.
All right, let's get ready for dinner. I need to wash these dishes.
Okay, cool.
What's the problem?
Oh, that's
it's
God. Just so
I
you
need to
know,
wash the
she disappeared. So I don't know if you know this. This is the same girl playing both roles, you guys. Look. She's playing the girl that needs to wash dishes, but also God. So, you know, really it's pretty accurate because when Christians talk to God, they are talking to themselves. So, yeah, that makes sense. It's a very powerful message.
Get ready for dinner. I need to wash these dishes. Oh. What's the problem? Oh, it's just that I need to wash the dishes so I can...
Can you please unban me in chat? I'm a good person. I want to participate. Thanks. You're an absolute king. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you're banned in chat. I assume one of my mods did it, and I don't even know how to go about undoing it, but I guess if you write me on fucking Instagram or something, maybe I can figure it out.
Start cooking because that pot, I need that pot.
I need that pot too. I need it real bad.
So I could you actually wash it for me? Like, that would really help me out. Yes, absolutely. I'll take care of that for you.
Oh yeah, often I ask God to do my dishes, you know. I'm just like, "Hey God, can you wash some dishes for me?" And then he does. And that's how I know he's real.
Thank you. Like that would be great. Thank you so much. Are you going to wash them now or listen, I know you need to cook. They're going to get taken care of. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Okay. Well, it's just, I gotta cook now if I want to eat on time, and like I need that pot and it's dirty, so if you could just wash it now, actually, that would work better for me. You asked me for help. I'm gonna get it done. It will all be taken care of. Dinner is going to happen. Don't worry. Yeah. Right. Okay.
What the fuck? Guys, what's going on, man? All right. To recap. This girl has, she wants to eat, but she's too lazy to wash her own dish. So she asked God to do it. And now she's like, can you hurry up and do it? And God's like, don't worry, it'll happen. And she's like, okay, well, I guess that's good enough. And, okay, that's where we're at.
Well, you know what? I'll just get it. Yeah, like, it's fine. What you doing? Well, like I said, I really gotta get this done, and, you know, dinner is gonna be soon. Like, I'll take care of it.
Guys, can someone help me? Can someone fucking tell me what the fuck is going on here? I mean, I get what's going on, but like, is it supposed to be, what is the message here? Is it gonna, there's gotta be some kind of message here, right? Like they're gonna hit me with something, right? Cause like I'm not invested, but I've like sat through so much of this inane shit that I'm really hoping they're going fucking somewhere with it, somewhere that I can sink my teeth into and actually respond. Like, have Christians just gotten to a point now where they don't even have an ideology anymore? They just kind of like make things and then reference God and that's it? And there's not even like a message or any sort of point?
It's fine. But it's not fine. You're hungry and you're worried about the timing and like how soon it's gonna get done. But you did ask me for help and I want to help you. I need you to trust me. Oh, Lord, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just, you know, I'm very faithful and like I know you're gonna give me dinner. Like you provide everything for me. Like I know that for sure. I believe that.
God doesn't do that. God does not provide dinner for you. I'm sorry to say. I know that we're indoctrinated into believing that he does because we have to like, you know, at least, you know, depending on your upbringing, you're supposed to, you know, sit there and clasp your hands and, you know, do the Lord's Prayer. And, you know, the one I was like, God is great. God is good. Let us thank him for this food. Amen. You know, and you can add stuff to that, like, and bless my dog and bless my house and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, he didn't actually give it to you. He didn't give you this day your daily bread. You know, that was some farmer somewhere. And then you had to pay for it at a grocery store with a job that you worked. So he really didn't have much to do with it anywhere in the process. So, yeah.
That with all my heart. It's just, you know, it's already going to be 4:30.
TJ, that's the McDonald's of prayers. Yeah, well, I mean, I was pretty young. That was like the shit they taught us in like young, you know? We're like little babies. God is great, God is good, let us take it for our feet, amen. And that was the last time they actually got me to fucking do that shit. So, you know, I never graduated to the more sophisticated prayers, okay?
30, and if I don't start cooking now, I'm gonna end up eating really, really late.
I feel like a lot of this could have been cut for time. Just saying.
And I'm really trying not to eat at night, you know? So it's just, it would be really better for me if I could start washing the dishes now so I can cook later. And, but you're trying to still be in control. You've asked me for help. I told you I'll help you. And you're still trying to take over. You gotta let me do it.
Well, you're not doing it fucking in a timely manner, God. Like, what is this shit? I mean, like, I don't even know how to criticize this. Am I supposed to criticize it, like, from within the context of the story as I'm being presented, or within the context of the moral message that I think this thing is, like, trying to teach? Like, whatever happened to God helps those that help themselves. This is, like, the total opposite message. The message of this is, like, don't do anything for yourself. Just fucking sit back. God will take care of it when he's goddamn well good and ready, which is a terrible message because there is no God and he's not going to take care of it. You got to do it yourself.
I just got a text. It's from my friend. They want to buy me dinner tonight.
Whoa! I spoke too fucking soon. What a twist. Mind fucking blown. Mind fucking blown, guys. God saw that this girl needed fucking dinner. God was like, all right, I'm going to go put the thought in her friend's head. I'm going to buy this girl dinner tonight randomly. Boom. And so it's good that she didn't do those dishes. It's good that she didn't start cooking, because if she had, she would have missed out on a free dinner from her friend, and therefore God was looking out for her, and that's what's going on here. Okay. Feel like we could have handled all of that in like a few seconds. Let's see how quickly that story can be told. Hey, God, could you do these dishes for me? Sure. Hey, God, when are you going to do that? Because I really wanted to start cooking soon, so you know what? I'll just handle it, God. Don't worry. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You said for me to do it. So just back off and let me do it. Oh, well, okay, God, I guess that's fine. Oh, whoa, my friend just called. They're going to buy me dinner. Thanks, God, you did provide. How much quicker was that?
They're actually already on their way with it. Oh, so you don't need to wash the dishes tonight, huh?
You should probably still wash your fucking dishes.
I guess not. Oh, they just said,
Blow your nose.
That the drive-thru girl messed up their order, so they ended up giving them the whole thing for free, and they're actually getting extra food for free.
Wow, they fit all that on that little watch screen. That's impressive.
As a way to say that they're sorry. So I guess.
Do we need to all? I mean, yeah, I get it.
You're gonna have leftovers.
Why is this? Wait, why is this still happening? Like, it was good enough. Do we need to add all this shit? Like, oh, and also, God, they're going to get their dinner for free because the drive-thru lady messed up the order, and now they gave them not only the food that they did order, but extra food, and it's all for free as a way of saying sorry for messing up the order, and they're already on their way here with it, even though they never told me that they were doing it. And now they're telling me, so yeah, God, thank you. And now I don't have to do dishes. I can just be a lazy bitch.
Tomorrow. Yeah. It's 2 nights of free dinner.
Wow. True. Our God is an awesome God. He provides free dinner forever. Yeah. Wow, that was quite a journey. Quite a fucking journey, man. Video is 4 out of 10. You're being very fucking generous, man. That video wasn't even a 4 out of 400 to me. Ooh, let's turn the volume way the fuck down, huh? It will never profit you to trust anything more than God.
It's easy.
It's easy. It's easy.
It's convenient.
Convenient, yeah.
It's quick.
Quick. I mean, it's just as quick to trust God. Actually, you know, God is pretty much the most convenient thing. If all you want to do is just like turn to God, it's like, yeah, God will take care of it. He's not gonna, but you can just, you know.
Access to it whenever you want, or so you think.
Or so you think.
But it will always fail you.
No. It works just fine.
And when you stand before God, your idols will not be a sufficient mediator for you either.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it's time for the spooky language to come out. Yeah, you know, you think you're all fucking whip smart with your goddamn bullshit. But let me ask you this. When you're standing before God in the hall of judgment, what you gonna do? What you gonna do then, motherfucker? What you gonna say? When God looks you right in the eyes and says, did you love me? Did you believe in me? And you're just like, oh. Going to hell, motherfucker. You're gonna burn for all time. Because you didn't believe the fairy tale. That's what you get.
But God.
Jesus.
He is the one we all need.
Yeah.
Lord, thank you for this time.
That was fucking ridiculous. But at least direct. But why was the volume so low?
Hope y'all can see me. This video gonna be mad dark. So really lately, literally like my prayer just for the last couple of days, I've just been asking for clarity. I'm just asking for clarity, just asking for the will of God.
I mean, I saw you edit this, so, you know, I don't need to know that you're asking for clarity twice in a row, all right? Let me know once, and then cut the second one out. I don't need it reiterated. I get it.
You know, I just been feeling attacked emotionally and mentally, and I'm just like, I don't know. I just feel like I don't have any support. I just feel like I don't have a support system.
Man, I feel bad for you, dude. I feel bad for this guy because here he is, riddled with anxiety, feeling like he's got no support system in the world. And what does he fucking turn to? A fucking fable, fucking fairy tale, something that can't help him at all. Just fucking, you know, whisper into your hands to the fucking invisible man in the sky, and maybe he gonna listen. Yeah. And then, of course, you put it on TikTok as well, and probably get a lot of people saying like, oh man, wow, we're here with you, brother.
And basically, I was just looking for a sign, just to stay encouraged, just to keep moving forward. I'm just looking for a sign, literally in everything. Like,
you should watch Rocky 5, or not 5, Rocky 6, man. Great motivational speech by Sly Stallone in that one, man. Check it out.
God, are you talking to me through this? Are you talking to me through this person? Are you talking to me?
No. Sorry, he's not. He's not, because he's not there. I wish he was. I mean, I don't, but, you know, I mean, for your sake, I wish he was. But he's not, because he's not real. The TikTok audience you're talking to is real. The people in your life, even if they're unsupportive pieces of shit, are real. But, you know,
dude,
God's not.
This TikTok, are you talking to me? Do anything, whatever, literally. And I'm just looking for a sign, and just tonight.
All right, I'm going to give you the sign. Here's the sign. No! There you go. His sign is no, he's not listening.
I'm just taking a walk just to clear my mind.
Okay. I feel like we're about to hear about a miracle, guys. We're about to be secondhand witness to a fucking miracle.
And my feelings, and I kept licking my lips because it's cold outside, and I forgot to get my Blistex. But so I just go to the store real quick just so I could get a chapstick.
These TikTokers need to learn the value of brevity. Yeah, I mean, I thought TikTok was supposed to be like the fucking, yeah, these Gen Z, they ain't got no patience for nothing. That's why they love to TikTok, where everything's fucking lickety-split, lightning fast, quick, short attention span. And yet here we are. You know what I mean?
So that I could keep walking, so I don't got to lick my lips. And a homeless guy, he's like, excuse me, can you give me something to eat? I was like, yeah, just come on, right away. No hesitation. He was like, excuse me, can you get something to eat? Yeah, come on. We go, I'm like, let them know what you want. So he's like, all right. He lets them know what we want. We're talking for a little bit, and I ask him, what's your story? He tells me he don't.
Sorry, very riveting, but yeah, it's sorry, I just had to yawn. Had nothing to do with your story being incredibly fucking dull or anything.
Have a story, he just gave up on life. I can understand that. After that, after he got his food and stuff.
What fucking story? Love how the story of this guy, you know, making a TikTok video is this long meandering thing, and the story of a dude literally homeless and destitute on the street is just like, yeah, I just gave up on life, you know? That's it.
And stuff. So we go outside and we just talking for a little bit, and then as we talking, he was like, "You're going through something, right?" And I just nodded my head. He was like, "You're going through something that's unexplainable," but
is it really? Is it unexplainable to be going through a hard time? It's really not. A lot of people go through hard times. Pretty much everyone does. Even the most fortunate, privileged people on the face of the planet go through hard times. That's pretty much part of the human condition.
Whatever you're going through, it's not about what you're going through. It's about what you get through.
Yeah, is the fact that he was licking his lips constantly going to play a part in this? That's a good point. Like, this guy made a fucking point to mention that he's, like, licking his lips because he didn't have any Blistex. Does that factor into this story?
And if you don't have faith, anything you do won't mean anything. So he basically was just telling me to just keep pushing.
I thought you said this guy gave up on life. So wait, the guy whose story is literally, I gave up on life, told you, keep pushing. Just gave you some generic Hallmark card wisdom of like, yeah, just keep pushing, you know? It'll fucking turn out all right. Look at me. Oh, wait. Don't look at me, I guess.
And to keep moving. And that God got me. And just to continue to have faith.
And then the homeless man pulled out a Blistex. And he handed it to me and said, go forth, brother, with unchapped lips. And it was the most beautiful gift I ever been given. Like, what the fuck is going on, man?
And I really needed that. Like, just everything that's going on. I'm just striving for God's will. And I don't know everything, you feel me? So I can't see it. I can't see the plant being grown. Like I already
in an odd position, I'm one of the few artists that thinks AI is the future, and that will be another tool to save hundreds of hours making original pieces. I think you might ultimately be right about that, to be honest with you. We can talk about that at length at some point, because I do have some thoughts on AI art and AI in general that might be a little bit interesting to some people that they don't hear too often. But I don't have a springboard for that during this. Maybe we can talk about it after this video.
The seed is already planted. I just can't see the roots, and I can't see the fruits being produced, if that makes sense. But he just told me to keep having faith and don't give up on faith, and you know that God, everything that I say to God, Satan is listening to it 3 times harder. That's exactly what he said.
What? What a shitty God, then. Wait, so you're fucking worshiping a God that's so incompetent that his competition is listening to you 3 times harder than he is? So anything you say to God, Satan is literally hanging on your every word like, oh yeah, and God's like, yeah, whatever, dude, I'm playing Xbox. And you're like, God, please help me. And Satan's like, hey, he wants help, pussy. I'll make his life even harder. Maybe you should just stop doing this then. Like, if that's the situation, if that's the breakdown of what's going on, then stop praying.
He said that Satan is listening to my prayers 3 times harder, and he's doing the best that he can. So I'm just
maybe you should switch sides then. Sounds like Satan's better.
Saying that to say I wanted to share this. This literally happened. Literally, this just happened.
You know, and then when I prayed to God for Blistex, he didn't give me none. But when I prayed to Satan for Blistex, he brought me chapstick. It wasn't Blistex brand, but still, he brought me something for my chap lips, y'all. Satan, glory to Satan. That's all I'm saying, y'all. Glory to Satan.
And I want to share this because just keep pushing. Like, just keep having faith. Yeah, your situation, yeah, your mental, emotional state may be down, but this is just temporary.
The guy who told you all this is literally a homeless guy whose story, by your own words, is that he just gave up on life. So, no. That's demonstrably, like, even based on the characters in this little tale, false.
And he said God is listening. Like God is listening. Just continue to have faith. So
yeah, God is listening, just not as hard as Satan, you know? God is listening like 3 times more half-assedly than Satan is. Satan's hanging off your every word and doing his best. God is kind of just half-heartedly like, yeah. Big fucking deal.
It probably was dark. I probably should have been right here, but it's okay. Dang, I didn't want to cry.
Yeah, me too. Me too, bud. What a powerful story. What a beautiful parable. All right. Yeah, gotta have faith. This homeless man is my personal hero and an inspiration to us all. Yes. Amen. So many contradictory moments in this story. Yeah, that story was quite the run of gibberish, man. Lazy gourd. Oh yeah. Yeah, man, and the Blistex never factored in, did it? Someone said that he went into the store to get the Blistex and that's where he saw the homeless person, so I guess maybe there's that. I don't know. I am weeping. Me too. I mean, I'm not weeping externally, but trust me, inside I mourn. I mourn for this man. Inside, I weep tears of pure sorrow for his pain, for his anguish. A beautiful tale. A powerful narrative. Satan used to listen on all my prayers. That is, until I started using NordVPN. Yeah, Satan can't hear NordVPN prayers. Only God can. And God listens 3 times harder when they come in with NordVPN. So, dude, we need to sell a fucking product to Christians, okay? We need to fucking... You guys are going to be my fucking cohorts in the scam. We need to come up with a fucking... something that is... We need to tell Christians, like, whenever you pray to God, Satan is also listening. And we need to sell them something to stop Satan from listening in on their prayers. We need to sell them like this is a prayer concentrator stick. If you hold this stick in your hands while you pray, then the prayer only goes to God and Satan can't get it. It's encrypted from his ears. You know? Just $89.99, you guys. Just 3 easy payments of $89.99 and you too can have the prayer stick. Stop Satan from listening in to your prayers. Stop Satan from dominating your destiny. I ask homeless people for money. Life hack. Jesus earmuffs. Oh, yes. The Holy Spirit receiver. The Satan Scrambler. Oh, yeah. They might not buy it if Satan's right in the name. Because it sounds like Satan's bringing it to them. It has to be like, you know, what would you call it? But I like the Scrambler idea is good, though. But I don't know if you want to put Satan right in the name, because that might fucking scare him off. Shoebox to hide prayers from Satan. Yeah, you need a fucking direct line to God. You know what I mean? Because, you know, God, he hears so many of these fucking prayers, he just doesn't care anymore. But Satan is still very fucking hungry. Satan is still very attentive to people's prayers. And he's out there. He's trying to mess with you. So every time you pray to God, Satan's listening 3 times harder than God. Like, yes, yes, yes,
yes. Oh, yeah. You want your mama to recover from surgery? God is barely listening, but I am listening intently, and I will make sure your mom doesn't recover. Oh, she's flatlining. Yes. My power is endless. My power is endless. I am a very attentive listener.
So beautiful. God VPN. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Y'all are right. You should just throw fucking fake prayers up to God. Be like, you know, since you know Satan's listening 3 times as hard, be like, God, would you do me a favor? And, you know, the one thing I really want is to make sure I just stay poor no matter what. I don't want to win any money in the lottery or anything like that. So please, God, just don't, whatever happens, just don't let me win money in the lottery. I know I compulsively buy tickets all the time, but, you know, I don't know what that's about, but I hope to God, you know, to you, that none of them ever win. You know, try to trick Satan, you know, be like,
You will win the lottery, bitch. My dark will be unveiled.
So beautiful. Wow, all those millions of years with dinosaurs before he decided to do the Adam Eve thing. Interesting. I know, right? So slow. Republicans polls came out. Kanye's at 0%. LMAO. What? I refuse to. That's a rigged poll. I refuse to believe that no one supports Kanye West's presidential run. I think he's going to be a great fucking president, personally. What if God identifies as Satan? Well, he can identify as Satan all he wants, but we know he's just God dressed like Satan. You can't just identify as Satan and be Satan. That's nonsense. That's no good. Anyway, Mendacious C, give me $5. He says, when you swim and you feel a big shock from an eel, that's amore. I gotcha. So I didn't just sing it the right tune because I didn't know where it was going, but good stuff. When you swim and you feel a big shock from an eel, that's amore. How long did that take to craft, my friend? How long did that fucking take? God VPN, motherfucker. What are Satan's pronouns? I don't know. Anyway, I'm probably going to get going, but you guys, hope you enjoyed the show. It was nice hanging out with you guys. Thanks, everybody who talked. Thanks, everybody who watched. Thanks, everybody who listened. Thanks, everybody who donated. And I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Peace be upon you.